The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Oh well, that went smoothly for a change. No hiccups on the way. Good. So hopefully the audio's working. That's the only thing I haven't checked. What's it sounding like out there? This end it sounds alright. But it can be misleading time it goes through YouTube. Yeah, so I'll just post up what we're doing today. Bigfoots and UFOs. And I'll post my web link where you get access to all the different pay methods. If you don't want to give 30% to Google, who don't do me any favours. I suppress my stuff. I was told yesterday by some poster that I need better content. I think mine's probably the most superior out there in the UFO field. At least I'm the only one that's not focusing on all the drama, attacking people all the time. All I'm doing is exposing the lies, the fraud, and the fakes, and trying to find some legit UFOs. Everybody else is tearing everything down. But I suppose most of them are like the left out there that like to tear everything down if they don't like it. Especially if your name's Trump and Elon. So yeah, this Michael is out there. Who's out there? Anybody? We've got a couple on Pilled, 2 on YouTube. So we got one Luca, and we got Rumble. Yeah, it's amazing how many lurkers watch the show the next day or the following week, actually. You can see the counter tweaking up and the hours watched. Yeah. Their secret delight is my stuff, I guess. I know people watch it and don't have a like on it. So it doesn't help me any way, really. Even if they don't even comment on anything, you know. It's like they've got no personality out there. At least you could expect some negative comments from the haters, but no, they don't even do that anymore. It's like they're giving up on YouTube with all the policing they do. So I can't even post some of my own comments disappeared. So if I reply to someone, sometimes it doesn't get to them. Yeah, I can see I replied to them. And still we got Shogun. He won't create a new account because his current existing account somehow has been damaged and they can't fix it. I think he's got put into the spam thing and they can't undo the spam. That's kind of stupid, really. So he needs to create a new account and trash that one. I don't think he's got any videos up there or anything worthwhile, so he might as well create a new account. Unless you want an account created before the 2016. Because if you then create a channel from an old account, but then again, if it's been put in so many blacklists by Google and they can't undo it, then why persist with it anyway? But yeah, apparently if you start a new channel that's made before 2016, they approve everything a lot quicker than they do new accounts created after that date. Because I saw it happen with mine. People like Goofon would create an account, but he had an old account, and he seemed to get off the mark a lot quicker than I did when I created a new account after that 2016 date. This is where they started doing censorship because Trump won, which they weren't expecting. So yeah. Mike. So you're going to pick up your daughter or something, is it? Or son, or whatever it was. What was that last weekend? Let's see, have I got everything open here? Oh yeah, I got the Bigfoot stuff. Took a few screen snapshots and a little video clips. Hopefully I don't get done with infringement. It's a bit hard to talk about things if you're not allowed to play clips and stuff, isn't it? How can you do a proper review if you're not allowed to do stuff? They only want positive views, I guess. So I might start that first, Bigfoot stuff, and then news bits, and then UFO bits. So I put this one here just to remind me about the Bigfoot one. So I'll just take it from the folder. I think everything's working alright. Okay, might as well carry on. Alright, so first of all, bring up the same image. So you can see where they are. Up at Washington, I think it is, which is just above California, and all these are sightings of Bigfoots. Now I know Mojo, he lives up that way. I'm not too sure where his UFO sightings were. You can see it's quite a hilly terrain and lots of forest on it, and a mountain range here goes up. Shame we haven't got a full map. Let's just have a look at that. Let's see if we can find a full map of it. Map. So it'll be over here somewhere. Just trying to match it to the map. So we're looking for a little bit that comes in there. Looks like it was further up here, is it? It's a bit hard to compare maps. So there's a river mouth there. Maybe they don't want us to find the location, I don't know. Good question. Where are they? San Fran. Is it that bit there? Coming in. Washington. Is that the same location? A little bit further inland. It is, isn't it? There we go. There we are. And the mountain range just below on the angle. There you go. It's got to be the location, isn't it? Mountain range here. So there's a lot of Bigfoot sightings all around here. Seattle. And looks like it's Indian reservation they're on, because they do talk to lots of Indians. So I'd say they're definitely in that fork area down here. So that's probably the location of investigation here. And they set up a sensor, underground sensor array, which they use at Area 51, I believe, the same sort of technology. And it can work out whether it's a person or a four-legged person walking across the ground. It's that sensitive. And of course that is looks like it might be down there. Yamkamara Indian Reservation. Probably bunted that. Let's see, they were going across rivers. Can we see rivers here? There we go. It's not as clear as their map for some reason. Looks like it's a huge area though, isn't it? Anyway, that's where they're at. Good stuff. Okay, on to the next slide. So I think Bigfoots might be traveling here to meet up and reproduce, or just to find a partner. Like they meet once a year in the same location. That's their theory anyway. And then they start talking about the Indians in the area with their artwork fighting giants. Now these Bigfoots that they generally have been seeing in that area before were 9 to 10 to even 11 foot tall. So that would be classed as a giant really. And these are yes, Indians here. It doesn't look like a Bigfoot though, but I suppose it sort of does. No hair on the face. Hair going up. So it makes you wonder, those giant skeletons that they believe they found, and Smithsonian or whatever it is hiding the bones from the public because it changes or alters America's history. And what's this one here? Indians killed a Bigfoot, by the looks of it. Or wild man as they used to call them. But they call it in the area of America Sasquatch for some reason. I suppose it comes after the Indian name, which wasn't quite Sasquatch. It was not squash, but some other similar name, Scoriums or something they used to call them. I'm just going by memory here though. So obviously Bigfoots raided their camps, stole their females to reproduce with, So that's going to be very hard to distinguish human DNA from Bigfoot DNA right there, isn't it? Yeah, here's another artist rendering. Don't know how old these ones are though. Is that fighting Spanish? It looks like. Looks like Spanish. A big hairy man. That looks more like a Bigfoot. Wild man. And here's a modern day wild man. So they got a new person on the team, Biko, which I believe he's obviously part Indian, but it's probably like the Maoris in New Zealand. They'd like to exclude the European bloodline and always call themselves Maoris, despite they might not even look like a Maori anymore. So yeah, I suppose you've got the same politics no matter what country you're in. It's all to do with money grab and land grab, of course, especially in our country. Like the least minor population is the Maori in New Zealand. They want to take control of everything. They're 14% of the population. We have 18% Chinese here. They're least of the population, and yet they want half control of the country. But yeah, what's he got in there? Some sort of decorations in his beard. Why? I don't know. But he is a wee bit of a hunter and a tracker, so I suppose that fits in quite nicely with what they're doing. Here's the triangle. Let's see. Early map. They like to use their maps. So at the moment they're all roughly in the same location. And was it last year or the year before, they found a nest site there where it had like structures of trees upside down and had like these beds made from lots of pine leaves, soft pine leaves, that sort of stuff. And they found some DNA in it and all that sort of stuff. Who's this guy? He does go and talk to a few. Alright, this is the expert for the sensors in the ground. Looks like I snapshot it before his name came up. So they're talking about detected small micro movements in the ground from footsteps, which is kind of interesting. And they only look like this here. And they got yellow ones here. And the main unit that click connects to, which then connects to satellite and transmits the data. So that would be probably buried at the end of the line somewhere, so the Bigfoots don't find it. So they're going to spread the sensors out a certain distance, maximum range they cover, blah blah blah, and they can detect anything walking around past it. So I like this show because at least they're exploring new ways to detect things, which is what we need in ufology too, right? Let me just close that down there. And I just forgot to check something here. Speed it up a bit. Here we go. Yeah, I've got to pause the preview on Build. So there we go on Build at the moment. Just to update here too. Rumble, how we going on Rumble? I got 3 there on that panel. Let's see what it says down here. Yep, 3, 5, that looks good. Bigfoot should be an interesting one though, for most people out there. Okay, that should update. Okay, next one, what was this one? They got 8 episodes per season, and the last one just finished recently, so we'll be going through the whole lot. So Russel is the guy that generally goes by himself with one cameraman, and the girl normally has someone accompany her because she's a girl. Yeah, so they need a man there with her for safety reasons. Russel doesn't seem to care too much. He's a pretty muscly bound guy, but I think a Bigfoot would smash him up though, if they're real. And I think they are, because these guys have got some interesting evidence. And I don't believe it could be all hoaxed myself. I just got, over the years, I just collected more and more evidence, right? So yeah, they start coming online as they put them in the ground. So they've already got the main transmitter in, which is probably down this end or that end, one or the other. And as that, each of them are connecting in the ground, Russell's doing this side and they're doing this side, and then they meet in the middle and go back down to base camp, which would be down there. So eventually they get more up like this. Oh, gonna push the wrong button, didn't I? Gotta be careful of that. And there they are, putting the last one in the ground, I guess. And then he spots or hears something in the bush. And it turns out to be, if you can see there, looks like a horse head, but it's actually a deer, I think it is, going this way. And maybe a couple of deers. Maybe another one over here. Just shows you how hard it's going to be to see a Bigfoot. You know, that's far away in the camera, I guess. It blends in quite well, but there's a deer there. The more we zoom in, the more pixelated it gets. And this one, he goes and interviews another Indian guy. And it doesn't look really Indian though. Why is it so dark though? I don't know. Oh, it's at night time. Okay. He's got a torch in his hand. Yeah, what were they talking about? I think he's talking about Indians used to talk about how the Indians used to have big parties, and the Bigfoot used to crash it, or they used to, Bigfoot had their own parties in the forest as well. So he's talking about that sort of stuff. And again, they're putting up the map here where they set up a campsite, these two. And what we've got here, tripwire, and Russell's over here somewhere. But anyway, carry on. So he's already started tramping around the area. Comes across this CULVERT, as they call it, which is like a sewage pipe, basically. Well, a water pipe allows a river to pass through under the mountain, probably used by the miners or timber people for water supply or for drainage, but mostly for drainage, I think. And they start hearing stones being thrown inside these CULVERTs, like it's a warning, but they can't see anything way at the end here, which is a bit unfortunate. So now they put up the map with where he is and the CULVERT, not the COVID. Covert, strange word, but yeah, it just means a metal tunnel. And then it puts up the other locations. What's that one? Base camp, right in the middle there, which is where they have the wooden lodge. Then it shows a trail back to the cabin from these two. From their campsite, I think. Do they go back? Oh no, they're going back to the campsite from base camp. Going the other way. And then they find their campsite has been trashed already by a Bigfoot. And the reason I know it's got to be humans or Bigfoot is because the poles were pulled out, but they weren't damaged. There was no tears in it. It's just someone started inspecting their tent and pulling it all to bits. Seeing how it worked, I guess. So they decided to put up trail cams everywhere. And then they capture some images on them. And you can see it's very dark. And they send it off back to the guy with the base camp, which has got all the computers in it. And you can see he's playing around with the gamma and the blacks and all that sort of stuff on the image. And he brings up, like I do when I do my analysis, start to bring out stuff that's dark, like a black, and change the black into another shade of black or grey, and then you can start to see things pop out. And there's something he's pointing to here. And we get a close-up of it with an outline. But I think it's easier to see it without the outline. Almost looks like two eyes there, doesn't it? And the head going up here, and the arm. It looks like a Bigfoot, doesn't it, with eyes and big arms going down, and legs, body, maybe toenails down there. So it looks like someone's already observed them setting up a campsite. But they think it might be a baby Bigfoot that's curious, not an actual, because I don't know, they didn't measure it or anything. You think they'd go back and try and estimate the height of it, wouldn't you? Because they know where the camera was pointing. They know how big these trees were, so anyway, I'll just carry on. So that's the first evidence that comes off so far. Now, I suppose I could probably do a better enhancement of that, you know. This guy's just doing basic gamma and black and white alterations, basically. So anyway, we've got a lot to cover, so I won't muck around. And then they pick up footprints around the camp, is it? Or was that Russel? Oh no, that's going back to Russel now. And out of the CULVERT he finds footprints on the river coming out the other end on the gravel. And he starts measuring them up. You can see the big toe here. So if it's a human with a big foot walking around trying to prank him, doesn't make sense why they'd want to do that, but maybe, who knows. There's always the suspicion that the camera crew could be part of the prank and to keep the series going. That's what all the skeptics say anyway. Same with Skinwalker Ranch, right? But yeah, it definitely looks like a foot imprint, and it looks like it's got a regular type, human type foot there. And there's the pipes at the end, and this is all where all the gravel is for the rest of the river. That one there he's got from his camera directly. And it looks like the other foot this time with the big toe that way. So he's saying it's 13 inches, was it? And that's those two looking around the campsite area. And then the leader at base camp goes in a car and goes and talks to more Indians. And you can see this guy's almost crying. Talking about his account that he bumped into a Bigfoot while going along a motorway. Oh, I got to push the wrong button again. So he's quite emotional. If he's putting it on, then he's doing a good job of it. You can see it's almost like he's got, what is that, PSTD, or what they call it, PTSD? I always get that round the wrong way. He's talking about it, and you can see he's absolutely terrified even talking about it. So yeah, now we do an update where these two are. And now they're the other side of the base camp for some reason. And Russel's up this way. Still following those tracks out of the pipe. Now, he's looking at this stick here. When he saw it, it was moving up and down, like something was swinging on it. Time they got there, there's nothing there, of course. And then they discover what looks like footprints, or where the toes dug into the ground. So this is only on the first episode, I think. It's getting near the end of it now, though. So already they're into the thing, and then they find the strange, looks like a marker of some kind, like a cross, with various bits hanging off it. Kind of weird. And then they find this on the ground, which no animal can make. Only a human with a thumb can weave stuff like this. So it had to be a human or a Bigfoot. That's about all you can say. And this is the area of all the roads where people have been driving and occasionally see a Bigfoot across the road. So he decides, Bryce is the team leader, decides to get in the car with all these cameras on it and drive around all the roads at night time and see if he can capture anything. So he's got flare. He's also got regular cameras with red lights, because animals don't see red so well, including Bigfoot apparently. But they can see ultraviolet light, that's what they think, so they can see Trialcams, and that's why they can avoid them. So that's and also drones with infrared, they can see them in the sky before they see them or hear them. And you see he's in the car driving around, and the camera operator says, did you see, did something like go across the road behind you. Now, maybe he was looking a different way to Bryce. So Bryce said, yeah, I think so. He saw a flash on the camera. So he goes back to where they saw the flash. And he gets out bravely with a camera and torch, has a look around. Mind you, if he was alone without a cameraman, would he do that? I don't know. I don't think I would. So now they're going back to Russel, where it's now night time, after him walking around looking at the tracks. They keep on hiking. And he's got a parabolic mic. That thing there, which has got some camo on it. So it blends in with the bush. And he says, are you able to hear that? So he's wearing a headset. So he hears it in a headset. And I think I got a video clip for that one. Okay, so let's see how the video clip works. So I've got it in a smaller window and capturing my desktop again. Let me see if it's the right one.
We're ready to set up the first sensor.
This tech is...
Alright, this is like an intro one, which I should have played first of all. So we'll just go through that.
We've ever used before. We've set up a seismic tripwire along the northern boundary of our target zone.
If they are
So I do pause it every so often on that video there.
up to Washington, they've got to come right.
Is that loud enough? Let me just check. I've got to bring up the one.
Right past us.
Look at this.
I think it's a bit low, isn't it?
To me.
And a big one.
We are rigging cameras. Anything is on the side of the road, we're gonna catch it.
Sorry, what is it?
That's pretty strange.
It was crawling across the road like a spider.
A Bigfoot spider.
It was a Sasquatch.
There's a heat signature here. What is that?
Some weird sounds. Yeah, so that was like the intro clip, which they use for trailers and stuff. Next one should be back to Russel with his microphone, but he picks up a different type of sound. Of course, that's what's coming up in episode 2, or episode 2 was what we saw at the end of the other one. That's normally episode 3, so I went to him with the... Let me just see if it's the right one. I think it's got it out of order, isn't it? Oh, you might be analysing what's off the video. Hang on, let's just go through it. We'll also just play it.
While the team continues to set up the real-time LIDAR system.
So what they do is they get another expert in that's got these new Trialcams that use LIDAR. So it can actually map things in 3D that's not invisible light. And also it can trigger all the cameras and stuff, which is kind of cool technology. And it's only just recently come out that they're testing it. So that's coming up.
I got an email from Russ. He recorded some strange sounds last night.
Oh, I should have said spoiler alert. So if you don't want it ruined, well, this won't ruin it too much. It'll make you want to go and watch every episode in full, I reckon. But yeah, I should say spoiler alert. I've totally forgot to say it. But
Back at
anyway.
the command center, Bryce has downloaded the audio recordings from Russell for review.
Okay, so I sort of skipped on a wee bit where they're playing it in the studio rather than playing it back on the night at the time, because it should be clearer.
All right, let's take a listen to this thing here.
Now, where have we heard those clicking sounds before? There used to be some African tribes that used to use their tongue like that as a way to communicate words or use it in hunting, right? Certain types of clicks tell them that they've spotted something and it's headed towards you or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, that's strange. Let me play that again and just loop it.
They reckon it's like a wood knock, or like a woody woodpecker, but I think that's just a tongue click myself. Anyway, that's all of it was. I don't want to play too much. I think the next one must be the LIDAR one in more detail.
It's out of place.
Okay, no, we'll just carry on. I've got some clips here because it's a lot easier to show you on clips than it is on just snapshots. So it looks like we're coming up to the same location on the video. So that's where they record the sounds. And then he sends off to the studio. And this is him now with the FLIR camera looking through the forest, and he gets down to the forest valley and he sees this heat signature, and you got to remember it's like a CGI, it's not an actual optical. Oh, hang on, is it Russell with that one? Or is it here? Oh no, I think that was Russell, then they switched to here. Russell's looking at the camera, and she's also looking at a camera. Just trying to think what this was now. She's got it on a different colour setting box of it. What's that meant to be? Kind of cryptic, isn't it? Or is it now gone to Bryce at the car? I think that's the back of the road, actually. So they all got their thermals going. Yeah, I think this is the road, and that's the tree line here, and that's the night sky. I think he might be playing back the footage in the base camp of what he got off the cameras, and you can see there's something that dives across the road just as they pass. And so they try and circle it, but as he's moving away, the FLIR detail gets less and less. It's ended up like a Navy UFO video. And then you see it dive across the road, but you can't see no detail, you know, it's just a blob. But you definitely can see there's something moving. And then he looks at the other camera that's driving forward on the left side of the car. See if he can actually spot them in the forest, and he does. He finds them on the video lurking near a tree. And he steps through the frames, but if you look at it, it looks like either two humanoids with heads. One looks like it could be smaller. And it looks like they're crouching over, ready to run across the road, doesn't it? And there's another frame further on. Looks like an arm. Could it be an arm stretched out so the other one doesn't go past it until he signals it or something? It kind of looks like it, doesn't it? Or could it be three of them there? Could it be a head of another one? Family of three. Female, male, baby. But then again, you only see two run across the road. So, must be the hand. So they are starting to capture really strange stuff. If someone's trying to prank them, they certainly catch them on thermal anyway. And that's the cabin, base camp. Gonna hit the wrong pitch thing again. So barbecue there. Russel gang. Talked on the satellite phone. Now what was that about? I'm not sure what he's talking about on the phone there, but they looks like they've got footprints at the other location around the camp. So they're casting them with a special handheld LIDAR. Looks very costly, that does. That's like a flat big scanner. And it does like 5 million points a second or something ridiculous. And there you go. Looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. And they got some special spray that breaks down into gas after 30 minutes. But it allows it to be more reflective. So they sprayed that on the ground. I can see they'd be using this technology in crime scenes as well. And here it is scanning in. You can see twigs, grass and whatnot. It's a bit hard to see a foot though. But it looks like it might be a big toe going that way, is it? The edge of the foot going that way. Where it's got more compacted by the looks of it. And now they're back to Russel. Camera operator, I just heard something. And then switch back to Bryce. There's lots of stuff in between, of course, so I'll summarise it really quickly. And he's now interviewing another Indian guy, although he doesn't look really Indian. What was this one? I think he saw something on the road as well. Alright, now we're back to where the guy is actually setting up the LIDAR system around their campsite. We got a preview of it earlier. And she's standing there with her arms apart. You can see still needs more lasers on it to fill it in a bit better, doesn't it? But yeah, that's meant to be her standing there. So sort of can't. So if you're invisible, wearing an invisibility cloak, the LIDAR laser should be able to bounce off you. bit like they use in ghost hunting with the laser grid. It's quite a clever idea. You can run it off batteries for 8 hours or whatever, and it can then be linked to all the other cameras. And here he is walking around like a Bigfoot. So they got various cameras that can do this to bring out the images on thermal, infrared, and also this here can track someone using a map sort of location thing around the main camera. Yeah, it's quite a clever technology. So now they're left to it at night time by themselves. Something just flew through. Her eyes are popping out her head. Alright, so something flew through here. They circle one frame of it here. And it's just like a red blob. But it turns out to be a bat. But yeah, you can see they definitely need more definition. I suppose it's early days yet. And then we're back to Bryce again interviewing another person, is it? Oh no, this is the guy with the LIDAR system decided to stay with him. I think, yeah, just carry on. Alright, we're back to Russel there. So Russel's back to his camera while they're looking at their cameras, and then goes Russel there, and then they switch to the story here about a guy that was commissioned to go and paint the forest scenes. Looks like a sailor, doesn't he? But he's a painter. And he used to paint the lakes and I guess that's a boat there. And the forest around in the early days because they didn't have cameras. That looks like a homestead. What's that there? Is that meant to be a horse or something? Meant to be a horse. And then they finally got photographs, black and white photographs of him later on. Alright, so cameras come in, and he got a camera to go and photograph it. That's right. Instead of just painted it, he's going to get a photograph. The one in the photograph, Mount St. Helens. Apparently that's St. Helens. As you know, it probably doesn't look like that anymore. It blew its top, didn't it? And killed lots of stuff many miles away from the radius. So I wonder how this is doing nowadays. And then it talks about Indians being too scared to travel anywhere near the mountain because they said it's controlled by wild men. So he decides to go on his own. What's this? Indians again saying no, we're not going across the lake to that. What's this one? Not a very good picture, is it? I think it's going to be a campsite of Indians. It looks like a volcanic eruption there, is it? And then we've got a daytime scene. And they had dogs or wolves domesticated. Still a fair distance away from that lake and mountain range though. Okay, now we're back to the LiDAR system, and they catch something, well, it catches something walking towards the camp. And it's meant to be here. And you can start to see it's breaking up the lines. Again, it's very low res, I would say, because of the lasers. You can start to see the limbs and stuff move. So I actually did a video clip of that one. I think it's the next one. Let me just have a look.
It's out of place because it's right in the middle of the forest.
Okay, so that's back to Russell, where he's getting this hot thing on the thermal. Oh, that's actually episode further on. I may have the LiDAR system at the end, maybe. Let me have a quick skim. No, I think this is the next one. It seems to be out of sequence. Well, I'm missing it. I won't be surprised. Is this the LiDAR? Yeah, here we go.
What's that? Did you see that?
I got some music on it, unfortunately.
Something's coming.
Something's moving towards us.
It's coming. Zoom in.
There you go. So the cameras haven't picked it up, but the LiDAR has.
You see it?
Just ran away.
It looks like something on two legs there anyway.
You can't see it anymore.
Yeah, so I got a certain distance and realised there was cameras all around and then took off, right? So maybe they can see UV light and infrared light, which is the other side of the spectrum. So maybe they can see a bit further afield than we can with our eyes. So maybe they need to figure out a way around that. Maybe LiDAR. Use LiDAR to trigger the cameras and not actually have infrared on the cameras. But you think if they were wise, they should have rigged this up with a lot of spotlights, right? And just flood it, and then we'd have HD image of whatever that was, even if it was only a few frames as it ran away. It'd be better than this, and it'd be better than infrared. And you could have the other cameras which are not visible because you could have it further afield to try and catch them running away from the site, couldn't you? And if it's all lit up, you'd catch them. And it wouldn't be using infrared, so they wouldn't be able to see the camera.
How's that possible? There was something moving towards here.
So yeah, it's about all we get on that one. Oh, hang on. What's going on here? Okay. It's a bit confusing when you got a desktop of a desktop. And then I think the next one is Russell's camera, which we're still looking at, I think. What's this? Alright, so this one was a wee bit suspect, where it kind of looked like they were being pranked. They find a handprint on the window, but it's extra large, 13 inches. So he starts doing the dust up on it, and puts a sticky tape thing over the top of it to grab the whole image, so they can scan it in on this blue stuff here. As you can see, he puts it on the window. And there's the handprint. Now there's a thumb, there's the palm, there's the top part of the hand before the fingers. But yeah, it's quite big. Looks like I'm missing an image there. There was an image where he puts his hand up against it. That was sort of like it. But you can see his size of his hand to that. That's quite much larger. But it could easily be pranked, of course, couldn't it? So obviously the Bigfoot's visiting their camp when they're not there. If that's a Bigfoot. Okay, so we're back to Russel, was it? He's tracking some footprints. Or was it the other two? That looks like Russel though, doesn't it? So we've got a map here. Base camp where they got the handprints. Heat signature. Is where Russel was over here. Looking at that heat signature. So it looks like he's a wee bit of distance away. And they were over here. And now they're gradually heading back to where they had the campsite. Looks like they've set up the campsite in a different place now though, doesn't it? With the cameras. So I don't know. And they come across a valley. And they were tracking where the Bigfoot was going, and somehow it's got down to the valley there, so they got to follow it. Then Bryce goes and interviews another local, I don't know if he's Indian, talking about his sighting. And there's two sitting there in the dark. And we're back to Russel. So they get down to the valley and walk along, and they find this old cabin that was abandoned by lumber people. And it's quite nice setup inside. Is that a TV they got there even? Oh no, that must be a window. Stuff hanging up in the rafters to stop the bears getting to it, I suppose. Washington. Russel and cabin. So now they got the cabin on the map. So he started over here somewhere, tracking Bigfoot at the pipe. He's gradually moving over this way, following where the Bigfoot's heading. And these two are gradually going back in this direction. What are we looking at here? Yeah, what are we looking at here? Alright, he started to set up trail cams. Looks like blurry flame I snapped here. Set up the trail cameras around where the cabin is, where they were seeing the Bigfoot prints. So far all the sightings they had plotted, footprints or whatever, and it shows you it's nowhere near the tripwire. Okay, so we got some scans coming in, is it? Looks like a big toe there. 4 little toes. Looks looking like a typical type human footprint. So they're getting that with the LIDAR scanning. And they draw around it for you. And they show it to this strange looking girl. She looks like a Bigfoot herself. She's the one that studies that type of stuff, apparently. And she said, similar to human, but not human foot. But you have to go and listen to her on the show for that. And we're back to those two that then finds an old wooden bridge going across a valley. And so we go switch back to Russel again. He goes and checks the trail cameras they left overnight. And there's the cabin that they found. It's quite a nice looking cabin. He's going inside it there. Probably to look at the camera. I mean, those two have got down to the valley and has a river, and they cross it or go down it, and then they come out on the bank and have to heat themselves up. And Russell set up his trail cameras around the cabin. Then he goes and checks them, is it? Alright. The cameras got triggered, but they didn't have anything on them, so he decides to try again and put thick pine leaves, or whatever you want to call, I don't know what you call them, you know, leaves in front of the cameras to hide the IR light, because he reckons they can see it. And he's designed a tripwire so it falls down and catches them out. Which is the sort of thing you got to do when you're trying to catch alien greys visiting. And he puts up this fishing wire here to pull down the things. And the camera should be able to capture whatever it was. Meantime, we're going back to Bryce, who's interviewing someone else. And this guy here has a cabin and a daughter, and she said there was something staring at her through the window, so he sets up a camera. I think that's the guy. I'm not sure how far we're in now. Might be at episode 4 or 5. And he captured it on a security cam. And there's something coming out of the dark here. What stage was it? There we go, and now you can see it a bit better. And he catches this thing looking through the window. And they work it must be at least 9 to 10 feet tall. Looking at the roof line of the cabin. But yeah, it looks like someone there with his leg bent. Black fur or black clothing, who knows. Again, no HD footage. You know, you'd want to set up like a flood lamp that triggers, and you got the HD camera rolling all the time, right? That's how I would do it. With the infrared at the same time. But yeah, you can definitely see there's something standing there. And so they go and look at where the window was here. And they're looking at whereabouts, how high it was. Which puts its head about here. Okay, so now it gives us a map. Russell. And where they found the bridge. And those two come across a structure where the roots of the tree are upside down again. And this one here where it's all interwoven, they find another one further on, which is very complex, which can't be done naturally, I don't think. A storm wouldn't be able to do that, so it had to be done with a type of human hand, is what they say there, which makes sense. So it could be humans, it could be Bigfoots. And they find these weird things hanging off various trees around it with what looks like fur. So I guess they're still getting all that analysed. Bag it. And then they find these things here. It looks like charms, doesn't it? Indian charms. But it looks like it's like made up of different hairs and fibres. Something like a bird would do. What's that one? So they bag some of it for analysis. Evidence. And now we go back to Russell, and the next day finds his tripwire has been tripped. Who we got popping on the side here? QQQvid, long time no here. How's it going, mate? Maybe it was wearing high heels. Maybe in your location it might be. Well, I don't know about in the bush. Did I miss anything else? I don't think I did. Michael, was there anything to say on the side? Everybody likes Bigfoots though, come on. We've got 21 watching today, so this goes to show. So yeah, so we're in the middle of the season now, and it's got some trigger happening here. Everybody sees that the camera has been moved. And the first one gets that, which basically shows nothing. And the other one, you can see, was originally facing this way, got pushed that way. Which means you would have had to have been quite strong to slide that around on cutting into the edge of the tree. And he's looking at it. He's trying to figure out, it's too high up for a bear. He's looking at it again, where it would have been, where the thing would have been if it was aimed in the right direction. But I don't quite understand that.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. My gift to you, my friend.
Okay, thanks, mate. Yeah, but I suppose if it's got long arms and it's 10 feet tall, it could tripped over the wire and lunged its hand up at the camera to try and block it. I suppose it's possible. Anyway, yeah. And you see it's really screwed with here. And it's got some hairs on it. Look. Some sort of grey hairs hanging off it. There you go, some close-ups here. So, I'm not sure if they've got any analysis done on those hairs. They seem to collect lots of evidence, so there must be like a follow-up show. Although it's not listed on the season. So now he grabs the card, starts looking through all the images that got triggered. First one, nothing. And then, guess what looks like interlaced image here. Looks like it's interlaced, doesn't it? But it looks like a end of a furry grey hand.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. One more for good luck and broadband. Tongue out.
Yeah, I need it. Thanks a lot, mate. So yeah, it looks like it pushed the camera and we got the end of the hand here, which has got a load of fur on it. Doesn't kind of look like it would be a bear claw though, would it? And bears don't have sort of grey hair, do they? Well, maybe they do. I thought they're more brown and black. But I suppose there could be grey bears. And then he's talking to this expert on the palm print that he got on the window. Asking him about it. Alright, now he's showing you the size of the hand and talking about the thumb being a lot smaller than the rest of the hand and smaller than the human thumb would be. And then they start comparing to the largest human, which had a 12-inch hand. But he had a big thumb. And they got a cast of his hand here. Made in two-so probably. And a regular human hand. But yeah, that thumb does look a wee bit bigger than normal, isn't it? Well, maybe not. And the fingertip goes up to here. Then they compare it to gorilla hands and show the thumbs orientated slightly different and a lot shorter. And they said it's not a gorilla hand and it's not a human hand, it's somewhere in between, which is kind of interesting. That's what the expert said. And they start comparing skeletons of a what was it? Gorilla hand and a human hand. It's a lot bigger, but it has a very short thumb. Compared to human one. Human thumb, I guess. Okay, back to these guys. What they're up to. Alright, so they've tracked down the river, right? They're still following this Bigfoot trail, following it from the campsite after the LIDAR triggered. So they're following that creature. So they've gone down to the river, then swinging back around to where they think it may have gone. And they find this like swampy lake thing and they build a boat and disguise it. And she sits inside it at night time with a FLIR camera. But yeah, I don't really think FLIR is that great actually. I really think they need to do what Russel did, have some tripwires that puts on the floodlights and you got HD cameras rolling. Anyway, carrying on. He's up the tree in a deer stand. And I think that's him there in the tree stand. That's her on the lake. And she sees some activity. As you can see, the hot spots all over the place. But I think it's here. She starts to see something move. Oh, there it is. Starts to see something move. Oh, that looks like a tree stump. Yeah, we have to get the next image, I think. And then it flicks back from them to another interview with Bryce. What was this one? Then it flicks back to them again. There was definitely something moving on the shoreline. Okay, so can we see it this time? It's here, I think. Looks like a leg, thigh, and a leg going down, and a foot. And the top of the head there. And next image. You can see it's definitely changing. It's gone behind a tree or bush. And they go back to the map to show where they are. He's up the tree. And she's in the water source. And he's back to interviewing more Indians. And I think he was asking them about sounds that Bigfoot make, that have they got any historic information on sounds that Bigfoot make. And they're saying they can mimic things and have their own sort of form of communication. Not too exciting, but there you go. And then we're back to Russell again in the cabin. And as he's setting up stuff in the cabin, they hear something outside with the clicking sound. Again, close to the cabin. And then they try and track it. But they haven't got all the gear ready because they're unpacking it and whatnot. So they go back in the cabin, grab a few items, but he forgets the satellite phone. And they dash off without the satellite phone. But they got everything else they need to track something. Cameras and whatnot. And they just follow it through the night. Meantime, Bryce was meant to meet up with them in the cabin. And I think that's why he was unpacking it. He was trying to get it set up with the cards from the Trialcam to show Bryce what he captured on it. And he finds they're not there. It's shining through the window, see there's no one there. Tries to call the phone, and of course then they realise set the phone on the backpack. The main backpack he normally has, the phone is on the back of that. I think Russell goes and grabs the smaller bag and leaves the big one behind with all the camping gear and all that stuff in it. So, you know, they're going to track this thing, see if they get really up close images of it. And then they hear what sounds like a big fight happening, like a bar fight. Two bears or two creatures having a fight, and they come across where all the trees are broken and branches are broken, and they find this has got blood on the end here. First time they discover blood. There's blood right here. And then they get samples of it. And the broken limbs of the tree. And I think they find more blood. Yep, they find blood dripping down the tree. So he takes a lot of samples before moving on to try and track the thing again. Finds blood on the ground, gets tweezers, is it? Picks up that and sticks in a bag. Then he hears something and then starts following it again. I got it on camera. Got it on effing camera. So he captures something on camera. I think I might have another image of it here. There's meant to be something in this image. Like a black object. Either there or there, I'm not sure. Gang should run it through some processing. You can see it's pretty grainy, low light stuff. Anyway, there's another image of it moving, or apparently, but I can't see anything much in it. Well, the cameraman reckons it was on there. I think we need to get access to the 4K stuff, and shame they don't put it out publicly so people like me can analyze it, but we have to deal with crappy TV copies of the frames. So Bryce goes through a protocol if people go missing, if they don't answer their phone, or if they find their phone separate from them, they get a search helicopter in to try and locate them, just in case something bad happened to them. And we got something else down the side here. Mr. Tiso from Pilled, how's it going? QQQvid said something else here. Let's see. Michael, my gift. I drank 1 bottle of gin and fell asleep. That sounds a lot to drink in one go, guy. Paul, do you ever get any sightings of a Bigfoot in New Zealand? No, we don't get Bigfoot, but we get the moa. Remember, they burnt down all the forests here to flush out the moa, which is like a emu, a bit like an emu in Australia, but 10 times the size, apparently. And the Maoris obviously didn't farm and didn't breed like they do with emus nowadays, and simply just hunted them to extinction. But they said that maybe because the forests are so dense in South Island here, especially down the bottom of the South Island where it rains all the time and it's got protected areas, that there has been occasional sightings of a moa. But that was years ago. I haven't heard anything since. We're talking about the 70s here, so maybe it was the last moa finally died. If it hasn't got a partner to breed with, maybe they live, you know, like parrots, like a few hundred years or whatever, you know. I don't know. But there also has been sightings of a puma, I think it is. But people reckon that people got them as pets, right? And they're about to die, they just release them into the wild because they live longer than they will. And so people start seeing them roaming around. Also happened in UK, basically is the same way. Yeah, so puma, moa, I think there's one. But Bigfoot, no, not heard about any Bigfoots ever. Unlike Australia, I reckon there's one in Australia. But anyway. Well, the forests are so dense there. It's possible that it could be a small group, but like in Amazon jungle, that moves around all the time or moves away from human civilization. But yeah, I don't know, because there's a lot of people that goes down that way tramping, right, and doing research down there, what, because it's so remote. Then you'd expect someone to bump into something eventually. So I'd say it's really unlikely, but we can't rule it out 100%. Listening in the background. Okay, we're back to the TV show. So we're almost up to episode 7 here, I think it is. No, 6, and we've got 2 more to go. Not too much left. We get some more really interesting footage coming up, which I'm going to analyze. So they're flying around the helicopter. Shows it's 5 miles from the location they were last seen, which is the cabin. And they send the other 2 to the location. Obviously they didn't walk that distance, so they got a car to them, I guess. Drove them to the cabin area and started searching from the cabin by foot outwards, following where Russel had stepped, basically. Oh, I pushed the wrong button again. And eventually they discover a road, a trucking road, where someone's got a flare gun. And they see it by helicopter. And there we go. Through their camera on the ground. You got eyes on him yet? And of course they land the helicopter on the road where it's the widest. And they jump in and let the girl know to stop tracking them, to go back to the cabin or whatever, and then to meet up with them in another location, base camp probably, 3 hours later. So where are they? Don't know what that is. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So they all meet up near the cabin road. And he says, I've got something really exciting to show you guys. So they bring out this footage here. So before they lit the flare, they were filming something down into the valley of the trees here. And they could see some dark objects moving around. I think it might be there. Yeah, I think. And it gets better. They're all looking at it. And camera operator, what the F? I just saw it again. So you just saw it here. I'm not sure where it is. It could be there. You saw something moving anyway, a black object. Eventually gets into a bit of more of a clearing. And here it is here. And looks like, again, a black object with legs, just on the edge of a tree branches there. And we zoom into it from here. A wee bit better. Looks like it's a head there. Again, it's just not good enough quality, is it? They really needed more of a P1000 with 100 times zoom on it, right? But you can see it definitely has 2 legs and a hip, and it looks like it goes up to a really big, I don't know, what do you call that, triangle shaped body with a head without no neck on it. Looks like it's slightly turning, doesn't it? Looks like the butt's here. Looks like it's slightly turning, the knees are bent here. I might better analyze it better and bring out more detail. There's another shot. It looks darker though for some reason. Again, it looks like there's a gap between the 2 legs. And it turns. Looks like it's turning and walking away. And gradually disappearing behind the tree. But isn't that 3 things there? It looks like something here. It looks like a kid here. Looks like 3 of them, doesn't it? That looks like a really big one here. That looks like the female. That looks like it could be a kid. That looks like the big 10-foot one here. Look. But it could be pareidolia, I don't know. I reckon there's 3 of them there. Because this one was standing around waiting for these 2 to catch up. Looks like the arm swing here, doesn't it? Looks like a baby one, father one behind. And he's pointing it out there. But I'm sure he's pointing to that one there, but not this and this. So I don't know. And then we're on to the last episode. But we'll come back to those on. I'll run it through some filters, see if we can bring out details on it. It's very interesting. Better than what you get on Third Phase anyway. Bigfoot is the best hide and seek player ever. Yeah, especially if it's got some cloaking technology. Which they believe it has. So he's talking to an expert here on the DNA sample they got. Christine. And basically here she says it's got human markers in the blood. But because they didn't do a full analysis on it yet, they said it wasn't an animal, but it had some human markers in it, which now they need to run it across all primates to see if it matches any of the primates that we know, or is it an unknown species. So that's what she's saying to this. So I got a feeling that either the next episode will be a special follow-up on this. Although it wasn't listed on this season, maybe it will be this week, who knows. Or they might just add it on the start of the next season. But anyway, quite an interesting find there. So she's saying, yeah, it's got human markers, but they don't. It doesn't have to be all human, and they have to look at it further. So they're doing the last one experiment, where they last filmed where those Bigfoots were on the camera. This time they're going to use a helium balloon, aka UFO. UFO known in our community anyway, with a payload of cameras. Or a tripod. And they reckon it's better than having a drone with it, because it makes noise. But they've got a program with AI to wind this thing up and chase it. So if the balloon technology platform detects it, communicates back to the drone AI and tells it to fly there to get a close-up. But it's only got a damn infrared camera on it, as you can see. It's only got an infrared camera on it. It really needs a couple of huge big floodlights on it. And HD cameras. Because you're not going to convince anybody on thermal, are you? Or infrared. So I show you the tripwire, but what was that one? They're not too far away from the tripwire in this valley. This is where they last saw the Bigfoots. And okay, they got the search area listed now. And they're simulating a Bigfoot walking along here, where it sends the drone to get a closer look up. The idea is good, but the camera technology is bad. Anyway, they capture something. they catch this on flare, which kind of looks like an arm, a head, and 2 legs. So maybe it was only one Bigfoot there, and the other ones were pareidolia. Because there's only one there listed, and there's a next frame. Although it looks like something hiding behind the tree over here. Could be behind the tree. And you can see it's moving along. It looks like it's got a foot going this way this time. Now it's behind a tree there. And then it steps behind the tree. Oh, what happened there? And you can see it's got a long leg going this way. It looks like it's facing the balloon. It looks like it spotted it to me. Because that looks like it's taking a step forward and it's got the leg going that way, but it's turned around facing the camera. And there's its head. There's its arms. There's the other leg. And then it sort of ducks off into the forest. Disappears. Which you expect if it saw something up in the sky, right? And that was enough to trigger the drone. And the drone's zooming out there. Might be a bit late now though. There it is there on the drone. But it looks like 2 of them, doesn't it? Looks like 2 heads there to me. Anyway, again, this is where the drone fell, so it needs to a floodlight somehow. Maybe they need 3 drones, a swarm of drones. One's carrying floodlights and another's carrying cameras. There must be a way to capture these damn things. If it's humans pranking, or whether it's really Bigfoot. And there's another thermal image of it. But it's not even infrared, is it? It's definitely thermal with a different colour system. Oh, done that again. Looks like it's running away now. Sees the drone. Obviously the drone's making noise. Yeah, look, it's getting further away. Now it's gone. Getting deeper and deeper into thick bush. So yeah, the idea was good, and they would have captured it if they had a P1000 with automatic zoom they could control, and floodlights. Because that looked like it's fair distance up, didn't it? So they had little base camps set on the edge of the valley there, by the looks of it. And the trip wires haven't been triggered yet. So, but they know the Bigfoot's heading up the hillside here. Russel's in the middle of the valley. And also Miraya. So they're far away from it, tracking it down. What was that? I think they're shining the lights at something. Was it there? Does that look like something running away there? Now they've got the floodlights on finally. I don't know, it kind of looks like two eyes there to me. But I don't know, it's hard to know. Pareidolia. I think there was something in the bushes ahead of them. And then they come across these structures again. But this one's really creepy. It's got a lot of bones in it, but like the Predator movie. And then they go and look at it in the daytime. Again, it's got all these twisted together sticks. And all these bones, like it's like a meeting place to shear a animal or something. KFC. And then they find this strange spine column dangling down, which is very like Predator movie. And all the other guys get there and have a look at it. Yeah, it's kind of creepy. And that's it. Whole season done with. So now they're leaving the area and going back to analyze all the data they've got. And no doubt they'll be going back there and tracking them again. But yeah, was there a last video I had here? Did I play that one? Well, this was on Russel's thermal, that's right, I think. Yep. Okay, so you got some strange whooping sounds. Sounds a bit like a bird though, doesn't it?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did.
It's like a very high-pitched whistle.
Yeah.
There's more whoop, whoop, whoop.
What is going on right now?
Well,
alright, that was just to get the whooping sound. I thought I had one with Russel. Let's have a look at this one again. No, it wasn't on that one. It doesn't matter. I may have lost it, but one where it's the thermal where we had a big blob and then you see it take off. And it looked like something run away, like a human. I thought I had the video for it though. But anyway, I got these images to process. I got separate. So let's just have a look and go through it. I'll just change the volume down on that. But okay, so there you go. Kind of looks like it's got skinny legs there. Could easily be a human, right? It's just a shame. It's just a shame. Wouldn't it be good if you had like a telephoto, you could just zoom right into that. Anyway. Another view of it. There's the one that looks like one little one striding and a big one behind it. And they're following the other one. That's what it looks like to me. Anyway, let's just run it through some processing. One of them each time. Didn't have time to really do it last night. There's a bit of rush because I had to go to the doctors. And I lost a day of setting up the show. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute there. Trying to get to that. What do we got? Messages. QQQvid, you leaving us? No, that's old message. Where are we? Oh, we got Woo Rider join us. How's it going? A wee bit late to the party, but we're going to do the more interesting stuff now. What's this one? Bigfoot is the best. Yeah, I read that before. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's process this a bit better. Let's resize it. Team. Yep. Start to see some more detail. What's this here? See what looks like a little tiny one and a big one. Could be just pareidolia. Look, that's the branches. So it is pareidolia, but this one's standing out different. It's a different blackness, right? And we haven't even processed it yet. Color curves. Okay, let's play around with that sucker. Okay, the first one is brightness. Look at that, what a difference that makes already, right? Okay, so that what we thought could be a baby one and a big one clearly is bushes now, isn't it? Now, I don't know what that is there. Could it be something on the lens? Kind of weird. Little white blobs. Almost like a spider web. Or they could be filming his laptop screen and we're actually getting bits on the laptop screen. That's a finger smear. That's what it is, isn't it? So we're not actually getting the full image of the camera on the show. They're only showing us what's on the laptop screen up close. So it's not going to be as good as what they've got. But yeah, that looks more of an ape like head with no neck, doesn't it? Right there. Arm going down. Looks like it goes behind his back. Now, is it facing us or is it looking this way? And that's the butt there, and that's the knee, and that's the leg. Or is it the other way? Okay, let's do color swap on it. A bit hard to zoom and do it at the same time. What the hell's going on? And color swap's not really helping, is it? Ooh. Certainly the brightness worked best. I suppose you could say it could be a person in a costume, or a hunter still, couldn't you? Could be in a ghillie suit, you know, that sort of stuff. It's just frustrating, this show. These shows, you think they've got the right ideas, but they never seem to really have the right camera ideas. They need like some specialists. They actually tell them how to set up optical cameras with lights, because that's really going to get the best image, right? Kind of looks like it's got the back turned to us here, doesn't it? Looks like the knee joint is there, which means they've got a funny shaped leg. It's interesting, the same colours there. Could be two of them, you know. Yeah, I think luminosity was the best one. Vision doesn't really help much there. There could be something here behind the tree. That might be why it's turning and looking. Yeah, we definitely need the 4K straight off the camera, don't we? Yeah, it's quite frustrating. Let's have a look at the other images. Yeah, so the really one was just the brightness, really. Lighten. So like that one there. Almost looks like he's got his back to us and having a pee. But anyway, say okay on that one. Let's bring up the other one. It still looks like a little one there and a big one there, doesn't it? From far away. Should have done new image. What did I press? Open, is it? Okay, let's scale this one up. Wrong one. Okay. Oh, that one's a step further behind. So let's just adjust that one. Yeah, so definitely looks like it's got a big body here though, doesn't it? And a small head on top of the big body, which isn't small if they're 10 foot tall. Let's just play that. But it does look like something there, doesn't it? Behind the other tree. Hard to know. Because there are some similar blacks, right? There's some similar blacks in here. But some of the trees behind, And of course we got a little blob on the screen there, doesn't help, and a blob on the screen there. And the blob on the screen is now this side. Yes, it's almost like the Gimli. Was it the Gimli footage? Next one. Be interested if they pull off from the original footage and do their own analysis on it, frame by frame. Wish I could get a copy of it though. Open. Resize. You see, it looks like something there to me, but could be wrong. Again, that looks more out of focus on that one, on that frame. And of course, this is zoomed in, alright, as well. Digitally zoomed in on their laptop. And that's the one they're pointing. Looks like it's gone behind the tree more. Anyway, can't do much with that, can we? The first one was the best, I think. Still could be a human. So disappointed. But anyway, I thought they're really going to get really up close pictures this time. Maybe next time. Maybe the next season. But if that's some sort of people being pranking them, like part of the film crew, eventually they're going to get caught out, I reckon. Because a lot of people said they thought the show was being pranked from the first couple of seasons. They thought it was all, you know, the fake footprints and hairs and stuff, you know, which could easily be faked, right? But yeah. Well, we'll have to see what comes of it. Maybe they got some better images than we could get from the TV show. I suppose if they got the smoking gun evidence of all time, they don't want the best quality to be on TV. They want to keep it for themselves to be able to sell it again and again and again. So yeah, moving on to UFOs now, I guess. So how long did that take? Better check, I suppose. It was a long process, that one. Here we go. On these places out here, is it still working? I'll do a check, I guess. 2 hours to cover just the Bigfoot. Yeah, well, slightly over 2 hours. But yeah, it was interesting. They caught a lot of thermal there. Unfortunately, it's not as good as optical. And yeah, I suppose we better start with them first. So who we got out there? 8 on Pilt. Hi guys. Do hit a like if you like this. What are we doing so far? That's one thing these shows don't do. They don't do any analysis apart from Bryce doing some, you know, brightness and gamma controls. That's about it. They don't sort of give it to another expert to zoom in and stabilize it and all that sort of stuff. So it really needs it. But it's a better show than Finding Bigfoot anyway. Moneymaker, the guy's name was Moneymaker. Those guys are funny as, but more entertainment than serious. But these guys are really serious. And if someone's pranking them, they're going to be really pissed off, aren't they? And that girl, she slept in the forest of gorillas and monkeys, and she even found the unknown species of monkeys doing so. So there you go. 4 on YouTube. Whoa, that's getting up there, isn't it, for YouTube? 18 still. Okay. Let's get on to the UFO stuff. Okay, what we got going? Oh, this silly one here. People are claiming an elderly gentleman from China can run on water. Do you think it's real or hoax? Well, what do you think? Walking on water, it's got to be a hoax. Now, if you look at the faces, even on that frame there, there's no definition on the faces, which is really strange, right? And that hand looks a wee bit suspect to AI there, doesn't it? Looks like an AI video, right? But it might be that they blanked out the faces on purpose, though. So it could be some real video that's been edited. Or it could be AI. Okay, let's just play it.
There's an
looks like it's a TikToker.
Interesting story coming out of China, and that is multiple people are claiming that this elderly gentleman can run on water, and it.
Okay, you can see straight away he's not running on water. It's going up to the just below the knees there.
Even drew a crowd of people.
So his foot's going right into the water. It's not on the water.
Out to watch.
Now, does it look like AI or edited? Or some sort of trick? Looks like this shadow could be a sandbar.
Tim,
see how it's dark there all the time?
Complete this phenomenal feat. But the question we have to ask, how deep is this river? Is it truly deep?
No. Well, it could be deep, but it could have a sandbar. It looks like a sandbar there, is it? But yeah, look at the faces.
Is he really?
There's no detail in the faces, even his. Is it? It's just a blur.
Running on.
Blurry faces, look. Doesn't look right, does it? Different colour shoes. Yeah. Doesn't look right, does it? Looks like CGI there.
On water?
Shadow. Still no details in faces. It's highly suspect.
Or is there a...
Yeah, it looks like something there, doesn't it? Under the water. Now, I've seen magicians do that with swimming pools, and if you get the right angle, you see they've got these little plastic perspex things in the water itself. And that's how they pull off the illusion of walking across water. It's all to do with optical illusion.
Some other explanation. And for those...
But yeah, there you go. So yeah, it could be an edited video, it could be a soundbar there. But yeah, now we've got AI thrown into the mix. So I see a soundbar there initially, but looking at the faces now and different colour shoes, I reckon it's probably AI. Anyway, won't bother sharing it. Just move on to the next one. Still on Greenstreet. So the latest stuff coming out on Lou and all the other big name grifters in ufology at the moment. So what's happened? The Daily Mail wins the award for the first mainstream news outlet to actually mention Lou Elizondo's psychic angel claim. The rest of the news media, most whom spent years copy and pasting Elizondo's claims without fact checking, will hopefully eventually catch up. But they're using Stephen Greenstreet's information here, of course. You didn't mention that. But, yeah. I don't always transform into an angel. But when I do, I like to shake people's beds. He's the one that has beer bottles topped up with orange juice or something, or apple juice, wasn't it? Bro, I saw Elizondo Force Ghost once. No bullshit. Sounds like he's on booze. But all jokes aside, can longitudinal scalar waves be used for a human to make mind-to-mind communication? So these people don't know science, do they? A longitudinal wave is like a sound wave, right? But also you can do it with lasers, opposed to up and down sine wave. Brainwaves can't be detected without a headset, right? But yeah, we talked about that last weekend, didn't we? About the PK and the mind reading of autistic children, which was highly suspect as well, especially the way it was being tested. It could easily be some sleight of hand going on there between, well, it could be some sort of like a sixth sense understanding between the parents and the kid, you know, because they're trying to communicate with them all the time. They can pick up like micro gestures on the face, and probably can read the numbers on their face, you know, that sort of stuff, you know. So it'd have to be done the great Randy test method way, and tested at least 3 times, repeated at least 3 times to win the $1 million was his vision. Anyway, so apparently Lou wrote a book and talked about being a psychic spy and remote viewing and all that sort of stuff. Next he'll be saying that he was out in the bush and he saw a Bigfoot, and then maybe even go to Ireland, see some pixies or something. They'll just keep embellishing their stories. You are insane. There's 0 UFOs in this image. So what image are we looking at? Jesse Michaels, breaking UFO on Mars. This image of Mars was taken by A Mars camera on board NASA's Mars rover. Sol, blah 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 blah. Right, so where's the UFO, guys? Do you see a UFO? I see what looks like a crater. Optical illusion, it actually looks like a dome. Rocks. I can see what looks like a rock poking out the edge of another rock, casting the shadow downwards. And that's it. I don't see any UFOs in that. I've got a feeling that I might be saying that's a UFO, a tic-tac. Is it a tic-tac they're saying it is? I think they're saying it's a tic-tac. Or it could be this one here. Over the black shadow. Which again looks like it's part of a rock. But you can see how the image is made up of these little pixels. And it's amazing what crap people post on X, it really is. But apparently Mars stuff is doing the rounds at the moment. And the next one. Robbins is clueless. This is me typing on a phone though. But anyway, let's have a look at it. Whitney Schreiber. In the full Dreamload episode, UFO researcher and close encounter witness Peter Robbins offers proof that NASA is hiding things on Mars. Here we go again. Now, Peter Robinson is not a video or photo analysis guy. In fact, he got conned by a couple of men over the UK UFO. What is it called now? Medicine Ham UFO. Bent Waters. So, have you ever look at this image here? That's classic what you get from satellites again, where there's missing data, and in this case it looks like it's pixel data, and of course it looks like it's been airbrushed, because if you remember right, on the early days of dial-up, it used to, as it loaded the image, it started off blurry, and every time it downloaded another minute's worth of data, and then it got sharper and sharper and sharper. This is exactly the same way they transmit it on these rovers back to Earth. Sends it in certain data packets, and as you add in more data packets, it builds up the image, and eventually it pops out like this. So they're saying that it's got some black edges, which is what you got here as well on these round things called craters. So you can see it looks like it's an edge of a crater, and also here a smaller crater with maybe sunken in chunk there. And it's just missing data. But yeah, I'll say that's correct data there for a shadow, so they haven't got the rest of the data. Saying that's NASA covering up is bollocks. I bet there's the next image was been a re-scan of that area, and there's nothing there. And if you overlay it, it'll probably be crater, crater, crater.
Out of context, this image is almost boring looking.
Yeah, but what's not boring looking is the fact that it's airbrushed, and there are those two corners that weren't.
It's not airbrushed.
Weren't quite airbrushed away.
And the fact that it's on Mars.
And on Mars. And now we have the next image, the Mars 56. You can see clearly
how the satellite's scanned in chunks as it's gone in orbit. And again, it's got the edge of one here on the last frame, and the other one is missing data again. And they're saying it's got a sharp corner. Yeah, it's called stitching images together to form the complete image.
That something with a sharp corner that is black in color is...
So I'm really amazed that Whitleys, Schreiber, and all these other experts out there that are on all these TV shows don't know standard video processing. And it's really disgusting, really. And of course, this is going to brainwash a lot of the gullibles out there.
Airbrushed out, leaving just that corner, and it's almost as if someone at JPL ordered to do this is saying, you know, I think this is an awful thing to do. I'm going to just leave a hint that maybe I can get away with this. Almost looks like it's left, that corner's left purposely. And you look carefully at the airbrushing.
What a bunch of idiots. Anyway, I said Robbins is clueless here on image errors, why they blurred, and why is he hiding the abduction case that you went wrong and with the embedded skin in the roof tile as proof. Why not a hearing, public hearing? I typed that on the phone. I couldn't see what I was doing half the time. So yeah, Robbins is a hypocrite. Remember, he's got that smoking gun evidence of an alien abduction that went wrong, and the guy was lifted out of his bed and was passing through, just touching the ceiling with his pajamas and skin, when suddenly he was dropped, and it merged part of his skin in with the ceiling tile and ripped the tile down with his back attached to it. And so he was rushed to hospital, and they've got the sample with the skin embedded into tile as smoking gun evidence. And that guy's sitting on that case and hasn't made it public, hasn't brought it to the hearings. And here he is on this guy claiming that a clear video missing data stitching error is NASA hiding things, when these guys are meant to be researchers and are meant to be making stuff public, and they're not. They're keeping it for their own money-making reasons, for writing books or whatever. And they keep it open because they say the case is ongoing because the guy's still being abducted, and it never ever goes public. But he slipped up and one day on a podcast and mentioned that he had this case with this guy abduction going wrong. Why, I don't know. Maybe he wasn't meant to talk about it. But when other researchers question Robinson about getting that case and information, he says he doesn't know what they're talking about. But yeah. QQQvid, I agree, people friggin' ignorant idiots. Yeah, but also these researchers shouldn't be keeping things public that are smoking gun evidence, right? Especially if they're in America and they can submit it to the hearing. And especially if they've got actual physical fiber boards, you know, with the human skin in it, which would back up the story claim, wouldn't it? Even if you cut off a wee bit of it, I don't know how you do it, but there'll be a way that you don't provide all the evidence over. Oh, something strange went on here. Is it still working? I think it might be working. I'll just check it. Yeah, looks alright. Something timed out and gave us error on the screen. But yeah, I won't bother sharing that. But yeah, I don't know about this Whitney guy. I'm highly suspect of his claims about being abducted and all that, because he's such a sci-fi writer. It's a good way to get publicity, isn't it? So I don't know too much about him other than that, but these people all seem to be friends with him, which means they're more likely to be misled, right? And they'll defend him. So this is the other shit that comes out. Who was this one? UFOmania gang is putting up all such a thing. So, all recorded in 2008, no sound and video UK, no CGI, no AI, the real things. Real thing. I said literally lots of bollocks. And here we go, we got this thing here in a video, which looks highly suspect straight away. Alright. Is that filmed through a car door? No. Is it filmed under a power line? Is it filmed through a skylight in the window in the house? Because we know there's a guy that uses buttons on a window. So yeah, I'm not sure what location it is. But the way it's wobbling around is very highly suspect of something on a fishing wire, doesn't it? And someone with a hand movement at the same time with a camera. But what's he filming through? I don't know. It's so close up. How about pan back for us, you know? Yeah, it looks like one of those plastic balls I got my dog years ago. From China. Not doing anything fantastic, is it? Not suddenly zooming off, but who knows, there's still more of it to play. Yeah, it looks like there's more to come. Alright, filming through trees now. And that's a good place to hang things like Christmas ornaments. Why not a plastic ball? Or was that a Christmas decoration? Could be, couldn't it? Could be one of those Christmas decorations. It's out of focus, in focus. Could easily be on fishing wire. That zooms off, but was it abnormal zoom up there? And why is he panning back and forth there when it went one direction, right? That's kind of weird. Yeah. Whoosh. Now, is that too fast to be CGI? No. But is it too fast to be fishing line? And I don't think so. Zoom off. They could easily still be on fishing wire, couldn't it? On a rod. On a small hanging around a small tree. And flick it off. Push. There you go. So I think it's a model. I think it's a model, this one. The way it was wobbling. You probably would have to stabilize the footage and see how it's wobbling. But it looks like it's maybe on string. Fishing wire. Sometimes you might get to see the string reflection just by pure chance. Okay, so it didn't look right there. Let's have a look. Okay, so the edge of the ball would be there now, wouldn't it? Alright, looks like it might be the right size. I don't think it's CGI. Now, I think it's just a model on a piece of string. Anyway, what did they say? Oh yeah, we read that before. What did other people say? Just click on that. Nice plastic ball and fishing line. So, okay, I was on the phone again. And I got these little tiny little squares on the keyboard with a big fat sausage finger trying to type it in. I find it really annoying. I have to use spell checker just to fix words up, and it ends up ending up with an extra letter. Anyway, what? Laugh out loud. What's the source of the video exactly? Because there ain't no way that's a real my ass. Real thing, laughing off. Doesn't anyone actually believe this is a UFO? No. I personally feel that the reason for the orb and colour choice is because there has to be authority for space-time. Idiot. It's Big Bull's half-brother. Big Bull's. It's the same thing I saw 2 days ago. No good telling us about it. Get it on camera. Yes, true, I was there. And no, it's not the Spug Nip, not 3D. 3D images. Fake and very gay. It looks like an office chair wheel. Now I just think it's a plastic ball. They use them in gardens and decorations of, you get those glass bowls where you put stones in, but you can also put these little plastic balls in, and it holds up the plastic flowers and all that sort of stuff. I think it's something like that. Yep, no CGI in 2008, must be real. Well, actually, first CGI was even before 1998. Early CGI was in the 90s, but it wasn't done with computers, it was done more with merging different video splices together. You're a grifter. So yeah, so no one looks like any real substance there in the comments. Next one. Okay, so this is the other thing that's going on. You got the Soul Foundation, which sounds very elite, culty, Scientology type group, which is comprised of Sondo, Melon, I think, and we got Nolan there, and we got is it Travis Taylor as well in that group? There's various of these talking heads that you get on TV. I call them the TV personalities of ufology. Anyway, he's tried to look at what they're offering, and they're offering $25,000 US, which is more than twice the amount I get to live on every year for a yearly membership to their cult. It's definitely a cult. So does that mean I can't buy the $25,000 a year membership to have dinner with you all? So one of the perks of this $25,000 is to have special events you can go to have dinner and talk to various of the guest speakers, no one like Sondo or Nolan. Read the room. Soul Foundation. You can start by reading the comments on your own thread instead of blocking. At least attempt to understand. So you can't reply to this. You know, I get that all the time. You get blocked and you can't, because they've changed the way blocking works now. It blocks you replying but doesn't block you looking at the page. So people have always commented on it. I went full circle. I swore at John. I belittled him. I praised him. I got angry with him, and so on. But after all these years of emotional roller coaster, I can say truly, there's only one person to trust, and that is John Greenwood. No, you can trust me too. I really appreciate that. Can you clarify your position? Are you saying only the government contractors can research the phenomenon with tax dollars, grants, private research groups such as Sol? I never said that, or actually, at all, actually, or long been a advocate for private organisation investigating UFOs without the shroud of secrecy that comes along with the US government. The best stuff is always free. That's where you get it free online. John here for exclusive content. So he's plugging his own stuff. Oh, thanks for pointing that out. And so what happened there? Someone posted the link. I don't know. Damn, John, what did you say? I was so naughty. Wait for it. I told them the truth that is blatantly obvious to everybody who can read. I believe it's clear, based on comments here, this membership rollout is a public relations disaster. And he got blocked over that. Why so much aggression towards an American cancer researcher, John? Gary Nolan is capable and respected numerologist, but he's no good at UFOs. Why is he in UFOs? Because he claims he was visited by alien greys, I guess. But he's too in thick with Sondo and all the other side. Ross Coulthart would probably be part of the group too, wouldn't he? That takes away his credibility, and also when he did that sample of the so-called orb, metal orb, that was a bit of a disaster too. I think it come back man-made or inconclusive. But he couldn't prove it was anything to do with aliens, right? Probably would have come back man-made. I wouldn't say inconclusive, but maybe other stuff he's looked at has. I've put money on it. I don't know, it's just like a money grab, right? Who could afford $25,000 a year in America to go along to these exclusive UFO groups? I don't know anyone that would have that kind of money to blow, and they wouldn't get anything with it from it, right? You wouldn't get to go on Area 51 underground base tour. You know, even if it's got no aliens there, you wouldn't go like something really great like that where you get to visit Area 51, let alone see some aliens in test tubes or whatever, large test tubes, or actually get to see a UFO, or get to see a prototype of a UFO they're building. Remember, they made the claim that they got scientists that know how to control gravity and they're going to build their own UFO. Nonsense. Anyway, they can stick their $25,000 membership up the ass. So that's what's going on at the moment. No real UFO researchers respects them. And they're just making it worse for themselves. They sound like a real cult now, like Scientology, which is also like elitist, because you got people paying like millions of dollars to be a top person in Scientology, like Tom Cruise, right? And John Travolta. Is he still in it? I suppose he is. He's not as crazy as what's his name? Tom Cruise. QQQvid. What we got going here? I've got a few comments here. Okay, where do we begin? Bots. Okay, agree. That's where we got to last time. In 2018, Lu Shinsondo said ufology should perish. Now he's making millions off book deal. And Whitney Schreiber is a frou grifter. Frou? Okay, you're 100% right. I have to go now. Good night, guys. Okay, QQQvid. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, so now we're going to look at some other UFO stuff. And we got some from... don't need that now. Gradually going through it. And there we got from Open Minds, Rojas. Now he's part of the Enigma research group, which is trying to compete with MUFON. And he's not really good at video analysis at all. So I'll play the video here and let's see what you think of it. And I'll tell you what I think it is.
Actually, if you look close, the first object just looks like one normal light in the sky. But if you look close, it actually is several lights in the sky. And then as we wait over time, about 15 seconds into the video, there are all of a sudden 3 lights in the sky.
Ooh.
And they disappear and appear really, really weird. I have no idea what this is. A bunch of balloons? No. They wouldn't move like this. They wouldn't be visible and then not visible. Unless
a bunch of balloons was a stupid guess in this case. When I saw that, it looked like the signature was like a flying kite, and the bend round of the towel, and it's got some LED lights on it, and that'd be why it fades in and out, because the LEDs are dimming, and then they change color or whatever, and the camera doesn't pick it up. And you can see, if you go back to the beginning, where they actually zoom in, you can then see that where the towel is suddenly appearing. There's the best shot there. You can see there's the kite tail going backwards here. And it looks like it's a kite in a wind where you got the string coming down this way. Alright. And we get the side view of the LED lights here. It looks like a diamond shaped kite with a tail. Something like that. Rojas is new to the game. It only took me a few seconds to look at that and say, oh yeah, this is just a lead kite.
Disappear and appear really, really weird. I have no idea what this is. A bunch of balloons? No. They wouldn't move like this. They wouldn't be visible and then not visible. Unless they were some kind of hoax, which I guess is possible if someone had LEDs. But you'll notice they turn on, they turn off, they move. Probably not balloons. Planes wouldn't move like that. Drones, I don't think so. A group of drones flying around, turning the lights on and on, kind of floating around in the sky together. I don't think so. I don't know what the heck this is, people. And you know what? I've seen stuff like this before. And I've been left with thinking, what the heck did I just witness?
So, you know, the amount of time these guys have been in the field, and I've been less than they have. And I can see that's perfectly a kite. Oh, looks like it's auto.
Actually, if you look close.
You know, I keep turning that off, but it always keeps coming back, that auto bloody thing. But anyway, I did post a comment to him. Come on, Rojas, that's a lead kite with a lead tail. No brainer. And he hasn't replied to it. We get this all the time. It's planes lined up. No, it's not. It's not. Not in this case, it's not. Allow me to ask a logical question. If they were beings that came from light years away upon observing humans as basically primitive and hostile, do you think they would be flying around at night lit up? Yeah. We often talked about the lights on UFOs, mystery, why they would do that. Well, you don't want anything crashing into you at night time, do you? So why not have lights on there? Because I know we have lights on our planes so they don't crash into it, well, hopefully. Although we've had a helicopter fly straight into the side of one, which is really strange. Or maybe it was done on purpose, not by accident. We would never know, I guess, really. Anyway, that one's a no-brainer, a kite. And here's another one of his. And most mysterious UFO from 2024. So let's see what you think it is.
Remember, UAP means unidentified. We don't know what the heck the...
No, it means you don't know what it is. Give it to Bull, he knows what it is. He can pat and match in his head quite quickly.
These things are... But check out this video.
So he's making an excuse there for being a drip. Check out this video.
It's a daytime sighting.
You can see it's just a little orb of bright light passing behind the tree.
First, it's this light in the sky. It must have been cruising around for a while for her to be able to grab her phone and take notice. And it disappears and stops.
No, it drops. It suddenly drops down like it's lost airflow.
And then moves again. And the entire time, the movement's really weird. The luminosity comes and goes. It moves down. It stops. It goes.
As soon as I saw that, I thought, that's a wooden lead balloon where the battery's running dry and it's turning off and on. And it's just caught in a vortex wind there where it suddenly goes downwards, then flies back upwards again. So yeah, it looks like just a typical round balloon you get from a wedding party with an LED lighting up.
Goes faster, it goes slower. What in the heck is that? Not an aircraft, not a balloon. Could it be
wrong?
a drone?
Suddenly you can see it's got a gust of wind that's picking up there.
I guess that may be possible, but
gust of wind.
But certainly not normal characteristics of a drone. And why do I say?
And then suddenly the gust of wind changes. You know how you get the vortex winds changing, and suddenly it's pushing it backwards because these helium balloons are pretty light. They only got like a battery and a LED light, or a couple of LED lights on it. Which would give it some buoyancy, of course. It would act as like a little weight to keep it upright against the wind there.
Say that the luminosity of the lights of a drone don't change.
They do if it's a lead balloon.
They can turn their lights on and off, but this is a daytime sighting. If it were to turn off its lights, then you would be able to see a dark object, or perhaps this is a drone with no lights on that is reflecting some
No, this means the camera can't pick it up, right? So he hasn't done any analysis on it. He hasn't zoomed in on us here to make it easy to see. You can see how much I have to zoom in to actually get to see it.
Sunlight, but it's still moving very erratically and strange. I don't know what this one is. If you've got the Enigma app and
there we go, plug in the Enigma.
You've got some that you think are even better than these, let us know.
We got something better, but we're not allowed to give it to you. So at first I thought that it could be one of those cushion balloons that's spinning, and it's just the light, sunlight shining on it, or even a LED light on it, and that's why it's fading in and out. But then I realised, oh well, it looks more like a latex wind balloon, and it could be just a battery fading inside. So I did post a comment there. Again, he didn't reply to it or answer me. Third phase, they got some more shit up. I might need to go to the toilet though before we look at more. So they got breaking news, smoking gun leaked photos. So we're gonna have a look at that one. Breaking news, NASA can't explain this. Well, we just looked at this so-called tic-tac, and look how they photoshopped it. Before it wasn't anything like that, and they've sort of added their own sort of pill shape to it. That's how deviant those guys are. So we'll come back to that one. And we got UFOman ones here. So we can look at him anytime unless he deletes the video, which he often does. We're just going to have a small break while I go to the toilet and grab a drink, and we carry on with the next videos. So I'll just actually I can control the video volume here. I'll just turn it on there. And
You are listening to the Out There channel.
I thought I could control it, I can't. I can control it there though. I thought I can control it with the main thing, but I can't. It's coming through another audio channel which I haven't got access to on the mixer. But I can. I've got an option here to half the volume somewhere. Anyway, I need to get toilet. Intermission. Where's the volume control? 25% that'll do. Is it working? Or has it suddenly stopped? Because I'm mucking around with it. 25, let's go back. Gotta remember to turn it back off though. Break. Oh, I've got audio off there. Okay, I have to undo that one. Alright, still playing. I can see it. Okay, it should be quieter. Well, I suppose it's the lowest we can get it. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, back. How's it going? It's a long video, that one. Ooh, mantis.
You see, the thing about the UFO phenomena is you really have to know what you're doing in order to provide...
Yeah, I'm going to try and turn off. How do we do that? I had to do halts, right? Yep, there we go. It takes a wee while to come back to us. And undo the volume thing. Although I think it is undone. Anyway, there we go. So interesting the way I've done it here. It's a web page that talks to some web code. It's an app, app that sets various flags, and the web code is always looking at the flag to see what buttons you've pressed, and it activates JavaScript code and video scripts and all that sort of stuff. It's quite handy. Quite clever, I thought. And you can do all that sort of stuff with it. So yeah, need to get comfy here again. Let's go through the crap, shall we? From the third phase of turds. We did have a look at a few of them there. But it's not a clickbait. Not clickbait. Used to say not clickbait. Let's see, have they changed it? Did they change it? So, let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Breaking news, smoking gun. But it did have the word clickbait. I think maybe at Goofon put the clickbait in. Okay. Just be careful with their sound. Yeah, the first one looks like a bunch of balloons, right? Isn't that the one we looked at before? Where we thought it might be one of those hot air balloons from South America, where they have a lot of spikes on it. Anyway, a balloon. Recycling.
Full evidence to third phase of moon, so let's.
Is it louder than normal? It seems to be. To me.
Let's rock it. Give us a big thumbs up. Let's roll the first one right now. But
I think that's just up their volume. Let me just tune them down a bit.
Looks to be some kind of trans.
I should be turning it down.
Lucid flying saucer captured on camera.
Doesn't seem to be doing much.
Camera, take a look at this.
I'm sure that's where it gets muted. Let's see, have I got the right one? No. Let's get. Is that playing sound still? I'm hearing it in the headset. Has the Windows changed stuff again? I think it's changed it. Let me just check. Where's it going to? That's not that one. Sound. Is that the one? There. Application default. That should be display. Yeah, it should be going to there. Let me see, can you actually hear it on here? You can still hear it, can't you? So it's not right here, or I know what I can do. I'll just turn it down here, maybe. Yeah, that one seems to work. Yep. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. Because it used to go through the mixer and now it's not doing it. Even though it's still working, but anyway, as long as it works. So what are we looking at here? Something on an angle, which they're claiming is a UFO, obviously. We've got dark clouds here. Got something there that looks like it's being lit up from internal light source, which is typical of LEDs or Chinese lanterns. Again, are we looking at one of those llama type balloons at night time? Is it thermal? Don't think so. Is it infrared? Could be infrared. Anyway, just keep on watching.
Incredible footage. In my opinion, we're looking at something.
Incredible footage in his opinion, which isn't much. Could it be a kite? A lead kite? Yes, it could be. Okay, so let's look for telltale signs. Is it daytime footage with strange filter? Is it nighttime footage with AI? I mean, not AI. OIR.
Legit. Is this it?
It seems to be going up and down.
NHI craft.
Okay, something reflecting, which would be where a cable would be if it was a kite with multiple strings.
Non-human intelligence.
And looks at moving this way. Where does it go to? It looks like there's another reflection point there.
Intelligence craft being.
Which would make sense because the cables for this would be there, and it would go along here down to this direction here. That's why it's tilting this way. Lead kites
piloted by an unknown species.
Yeah, it must be species known as Hawaiians. Looks like there's something at the top here too.
Not of this planet.
So there might be some cable going upwards, maybe holding the kite that direction there to stop it crumbling with the wings.
I know it sounds crazy, but we're looking at something that defies, in my opinion, the laws of physics, or seemingly does. We're looking at something very bizarre. It almost seems translucent in
Okay, I've got clouds there.
my opinion. Let's get the panel's opinions.
Still looking very much like a kite being pulled along.
Right now? What do you guys got?
All right, this
They ain't got much, mate. They got the same IQ level as you. Sure IQ.
one's pretty sick. I like this. Just coming in.
Brent reckons it's 6. So you can see there was a flash of light there. So that means it could also be a model being suspended by a fishing line.
In from Argentina again.
Argentina, the place of fishing lines and kites and balloons. Now, could be something small with the clouds in the background, giving it a optical illusion.
Again, 2025.
And if that was on a fishing wire, this would be swinging. And it looks like it's pivoting on that pivot point there, doesn't it? But what was these other cables? Ah, the other cables would be used to pull it one direction or the other. So normally you have one fishing line going up there, and sometimes you have other cables to pull it along the fishing line. And you just square off the camera with the clouds in the background. So this is obviously a fake. Smoking gun footage, my ass.
This is a phenomenon.
Did I see it blink there as well?
This is captured. It looks like some sort of like infrared.
Look, it's swinging on a pivot, Christ's sake. Fishing line going up that direction. And a pull line going that direction. We saw it. And there's another one reflection point there. So it's got 3 lines on it.
Red, but looks like they're knocking out the infrared sensor.
So they got another photograph of some other model in the tree line, whether it's the same model as what we've seen in the other thing. In fact, it probably could be, couldn't it? It's probably what it is.
Create this black and white more a matte. Apparently,
this looks like what do you call it? The diorama, where you got a model in this miniature trees sort of scenario, right? It kind of looks like something you buy from bloody China. This looks so fake. Yeah, you can put that on the fishing line, right? And fake the whole damn thing.
It brings out more light and you can see things in a different spectrum. Again, I thought maybe this could have been some sort of CGI, but then I'm looking at
I never thought CGI. I saw model straight away.
How this actually all plays out, and you do see the clouds in the background. Everything seems to be matching up. In
fact, it could even be the model with a green screen they photographed. It kind of looks like it may have been photoshopped actually. They're taking some picture of a bush here and just overlaid one image to another. Because look how it looks like it's been edited here. Look at that there. Looks like it's been sort of overlaid, you know. It looks like a black bit here, and this image is overlaid some of the tree, and it's dimmed it down. See that there? Looks like a bad editing job. And if you look at the tree blurriness to the craft actually looks slightly sharper than the foreground tree, right? It looks so fake it ain't funny, right? So it looks to me that's the model they used, and the other one was on a fishing line using some infrared or whatever, or some sort of filter to make it harder to see the fishing line.
my opinion, pretty well. If this is an actual UFO, we're looking at something that's pretty incredible. What I like about
what he likes about this one, it rocks around like it's on a pendulum.
This too, when you get close and we get a good, really sharp image of it.
Yeah, he's laughing, right?
This thing, it's clear, and we're seeing these other orbs.
Sharp images. He knows it's not sharp, and she's an asshole.
Kind of underneath the craft, kind of really close to it.
You can see how it's been edited, right? You don't see it swing back around.
But could these be maybe the drone ships?
Wow.
Wow, is that Dr. J?
This is a super amazing catch for...
This is super amazing! I've never seen anything like that, and I work in the law firm.
A few reasons. First of all, yes, we have seen these Saturn-shaped UFOs before, but they're not very often photographed.
Yeah, they're called advertising balloons. That's where I've seen them before. The real UFOs are not Saturn-shaped. The ones we've seen always got flat bottoms. They ain't got no bloody 3 pods underneath like Lidar Cams. They simply just got really flat bottoms and a Mexican type hat on top. And they don't even have round domes, all of them. They have flat tops as well. But anyway, this is a fake. That's the model. And we got past it already, are we?
And in my opinion, it's metallic. I don't know about you guys, but I have no explanation except that this, again, is a legitimate video.
Not trying to laugh.
And it's a UFO. Guys, what's your thoughts?
All right, let's play this again. This is interesting. We're looking...
There's such a bunch of assholes, these guys.
Looking at this, it looks like a
looks like a stationary cloud picture. Is it moving?
ball.
And something added to it. CGI.
Estimate maybe the size 30, 20 feet, maybe a little smaller, but it's big. And it's up there, and it's...
I can't see any cloud movement whatsoever. And I can't even see the UFO, but...
Looks like your typical, the stainless steel ball. These things that we...
Oh, right now the zooming in. Yeah, it looks like a typical balloon.
We've been seeing over the past year, our government's even been talking about it.
And it's reflected the same color as the background sky and clouds, right? You're getting the clouds, the sky reflecting off it. It's just going to be a Milo round balloon.
What's keeping...
it's going to be a freaking CGI then. This has to be CGI when it does that. And it looked like it was even badly done. It seemed to skip, which naturally would never happen. To me, that's a static photograph image of a person's house.
Maybe a little
and
smaller,
just
but
added
it's
the
big.
CGI
and it's
on
up
top.
there, and it looks like your typical... the stainless steel ball. These things that we've been seeing over the past year.
So we should be able to see some cloud movement at that zoom level.
Government's even been talking about it. What's keeping...
See, there's no cloud changes.
Been talking about it. What's keeping... what's a propulsion?
See that? Then it went... Yeah. And it was also distorted.
Maybe a little smaller, but it's big, and it's up there, and it looks like your typical, the stainless steel ball. These things that we've been seeing over the past year, our government's even been talking about it. What's keeping?
Zooms off, and then they're able to get the camera around to it.
What's a propulsion?
It didn't look right, and the whole movement looked artificial.
Behind these things, because we're looking at this thing just static.
I can see it here. They haven't zoomed in so much.
Sister up in the sky, maybe about 150, 300 feet, and then it just does its bank.
So we need to see it from far away, gang. We need to have it with the house in view for reference, really. And I don't think we've got that anywhere.
At incredible speeds.
We don't know, like,
so that's CGI. Anyway, just moving on. What's the next one? Isn't that what UFOman's got? So he's got something up like that. Maybe not. Oh. What's this? Oh, we got some sound. Brazil must be on a motorway. And Brazil, is it one of those Globo Alarma balloons again? He's not able to get the camera steady, is he?
Alright, this thing has 6 lights glowing.
It looks like it's got points, right? And it looks like it might be 3-dimensional points. There looks like where the burner is for lifting it up for heat, right? And that looks like an end of a point there, end of a point there, and there's another one that's going upwards because it's on an angle. So it looks like one of those
plasmic lights in a
plasmic lights. It looks like normal Earth lights.
Shape of a triangle. You got this brighter.
Yeah, but it's at night time. We're only getting the lights.
Light in the middle of the craft. I believe this.
Okay, the light in the middle seems to be flickering.
Is one individual craft, and it's quite large. You can see that the person who's
he's drunk and he can't keep it on.
Shooting this was
drunk.
Filming it off in a distance. He gets a really good close-up.
And then he really mucks it up.
Of it, and we're looking at it. We're going to enhance the footage. Guys, I want to get your thoughts in this live premiere, including the panel. What's the word?
Here we have...
It looks like one of those spiky balloons, doesn't it? But at night time, where you can't see the actual balloon itself, but you can only see where they've added lights on it, or LEDs on it. Or they've made it so it illuminates the ends from the main light source here, which is another possibility. Spiky balloon. Don't know if we're about to find any. Because we can never find it for those festive balloons. For some reason, we can never ever easily find them in a search. But it does look like it could be something like this one here. Spike Star 65. So it might not be a Globo Alarma balloon exactly, but it might be one of these ones you can buy from AliExpress and whatnot from China. And you could put the LED light source in there. And on the tips. And there you go. Talks about it being iridescent. So it glows. 19 inches. They can be quite big. December 2024. I reckon it's probably something like that. If not exactly like that. I was hoping to get one at night time. Here's someone going to launch some UFOs. But they're putting bombs on them. Gaza bomber. Border crossing. What they're putting on there? Gas. Trying to get gas across. But they also have been using balloons like that with like mini explosions. Okay. Is that lit up? It looks like it's lit up, doesn't it? Anyway, it's quite a lot of different variations in spiky balloons. Now here's one you can add together your own spikes. As many as you want, by the looks of it. I wanted to see one lit up though. Not going to get it though, are we? Don't look like it. Anyway, does look like a balloon with leads on it anyway.
What looks to be a triangular shaped craft. Almost like a TR3B, but I'm not sure if this is a
Yeah, TRB 3Bs don't fly on this side like that.
TR3B. It seems to me.
These guys are just a bunch of shell heads. Okay, let's just move on. And we got this one again. Yeah, we couldn't work out last time. This one actually looks clearer footage than last time.
Se ve raro, Pero... A primera vista parecen globos.
Still looks like it's some sort of spiky balloon, doesn't it?
Órale, güey, mírate, güey. Mira, ya se va, ya se emparejó así.
See, that looks like could it be multiple balloons? No, it all looks like the same balloon, doesn't it? Although that does look like a star balloon with 6 sides. Could it be a whole bunch of those balloons tied together? It could be, I suppose. There's another one here tied to that one. With some round balloons there. Round balloons. All joined together. Spiky and round balloons. It's ridiculous though,
Right,
isn't
let's
it?
roll this once again, and we're going to enhance it.
If it's a UFO or alien or critter, it certainly doesn't do much.
Get a good close-up of this object. It lasts for quite some time. You could hear from the spectators down on the ground over there in
Mexico.
They can't believe what they're seeing.
Yeah, they can. Kind of looks like legs there though, doesn't it? But again, it's pareidolia kicking in, I guess. Looks like legs with some boots, doesn't it? And some big trousers of some kind, like shorts. Could it be some spiky character balloon? Yeah, it could be. Okay, what have we got next? Oh, we got the model. Okay, let's have a look at the model. See, that looks like a real tree here. Looks like there's another image of the model. I reckon they just photoshopped it. See, that looks like they've got the tree here, and it's been cut out of another photograph, and they just placed it on top of a photograph of the model, and that was placed on top of a background of bushes. I bet this is the same tree over here, but we're getting the other side of the tree. And it looks like it's got legs, doesn't it? That almost looks like a button there, doesn't it? Where you press it in, and it turns on the toy. The flashing lights. That looks like a button. And that looks like little holes where the LEDs inside are lighting up.
And made, maybe reverse engineered, maybe some kind of prop, a movie set. Again, there's some indications that this thing was shot down or brought down. You can see the hole in the craft.
Okay, so why is one photograph a different aspect? Why is that one photograph that way?
Is this crash retrieval at its finest, and we're seeing the smoking gun footage? In my opinion, we're looking at these photographs, and I think it's legit. These photos,
they're not legit. And there's another one, again, with landscape. And then the last one is portrait. You gotta ask the question, why? Again, could they be AI photographs? More than likely. But I reckon that's just normal Photoshop. And it looks like a diorama of a UFO crash in the jungle, sort of thing. Probably a museum display piece, probably. Or photographs in a museum display thing. I'm trying to see what that is there, I'm not sure. Oh, they're claiming it's metal. That kind of looks like some sort of metal, like duct tape to me. But you can get aluminium tape like this and it just sticks onto stuff. Peel it back. So yeah, it's just a model of some kind by the looks of it. Not a real craft whatsoever. Oh.
In my opinion. So to me this
Her
just
opinion.
It really does seem real.
To see you.
And you know, maybe it's something that a private engineer scientist created and was
See, why do these guys just talk out of crap? Why don't they say, well, to me it looks fake? You know, why don't they be credible like that? To me, it looks like a model, it looks like a diorama. You know, they just make things worse when they bullshit, because it comes across. Anyway, next one. Why is it not playing? Really strange that I wasn't playing. So we've seen this before. But that one there looks like it's been edited to what we saw, right? Because I remember that looked more like a crater before, and now it doesn't. They've changed the aspect of the video, of the picture, haven't they? They squashed it down more. So what looks like was a crater is now looking like a tic-tac.
So, but look at this incredible, what people are saying is the tic-tac, and you can see the shadow below it. Brent, what's your thoughts on this? Yeah, but like, this is mind-blowing. We're looking at this pill-shaped
we saw original photograph on on X, and it wasn't like that. It's definitely round, wasn't it?
Grayish kind of capsule just right above the surface of Mars, and it, like you said, like there's a shadow.
Well, I remember that one sticking out.
Shadow casting. This thing is hovering, in my opinion.
Is that the original photograph?
Are we looking at smoking gun footage that NASA just broke, and they're not?
Okay, normally that ends up being something really, really small, like a couple of inches as well, from the Mars cam.
Even telling anybody. It takes a researchers to go out and find this. And look at this.
And now they're stuck, not colorized it. Have they squashed the aspect ratio there though? To make it look like more of a tic-tac. I haven't got the original the image up now, but I thought it was more rounded shape when I saw it on the other one. That's definitely a lot more blurry to what they're showing too. Look how blurry it is. So the other one that was shown before definitely looks like it was edited.
Mass Cam just pulled up this amazing footage. Let's look at it again. Yeah, definitely has that tic-tac flavor to it with the pill shaped, and you can see the light glinting off this thing. It looks metallic.
Like glinting off there and there. The idiots. Glinting off there. Glinting off there.
You know, it's interesting right now. It appears that Mars is actually covering this photo up. It was captured in 2000.
Okay. Seems they got a lot more details here or something, doesn't it?
20 or 2022. We're going to get a little bit more detail and information on that.
It doesn't. When they're zoomed in, how did they do that?
Media, and again, confirmed Sol 2692, legitimate footage, but again, it seems that NASA now.
You can see how blurry it is, and then they go from there.
Putting out the black and white version. The color one is basically being wiped off from the website from NASA. Now we only got.
I think being wiped off.
At the gray version, so it seems that they're.
So they're claiming this is on the NASA website. Where's the toolbar to prove that? Where's the NASA logo? Because this one looks like it's been enhanced. Right. Oh look, we've got a rock that's floating. Optical illusion, of course.
There is some kind of cover-up. This is what they're not showing you right now, this image with the full spectrum of color. Well, they can't hide it now. It's on third phase moon. It's going everywhere. This is going viral, and we're looking at something. It looks big. It looks like your typical, what they say, how big are these tic-tacs that these jet fighters are encountering?
Yeah, it's certainly got clearer, hasn't it, compared to the rest of the image. That's highly suspect here. This is going to be a crater.
Like 45 feet, and definitely has that kind of a quality to it. I'm rolling
the
this.
The sun's coming from this direction here, so you're getting cast the shadow of the crater rim underneath, and it's lighting up the edge of the crater rim at the top.
As legitimate footage, and we're seeing tic-tacs on another planet, Mars. More footage coming up. Yeah, you know, it's interesting. It's hard to tell exactly what the size is with no size comparison.
Yeah, there we go, making excuses now. They know it's only like a couple inches big.
But look at this, another image that has been put out, and it's again on the surface of Mars. If you believe we've been there, I think we have.
Cover up, cover up. No, it's just a missing data chunk from the transmitting carving up the picture into squares and then transmitting it.
Obviously, but why redact this portion of the photo? Why?
There we go, redaction. When it's really, if you go upwards. Just try to see proportion wise, but I think it's been cropped off the edge here too.
What are they trying to hide? It just showcases that NASA equals never a straight answer with this redacted.
Which is what security used to say all the time, but originally it comes from what's his name? Stanton. Alright.
Photo. What? Leave it in your comments. What do you think if this black redacted part?
That's just missing data. Okay, moving on.
UFO come out of nowhere at an extreme rate of speed, kind of.
Yeah, so we're now talking about security cameras with slow shutters. Any bug that goes past gets illuminated by IR. Shows up like that.
Undulate in its flight patterns, and just right there in front of the world during this live weather broadcast. Yeah, look at this thing, Bingham. This is where it's captured, and you see this thing disappear from the left side of the camera, and it just kind of has this nice flight pattern. It kind of goes up and down, but it has this trajectory. It's not, in my opinion, a bird or some sort of bug. This is something way off in the distance over that marina, and it's big, and it's
prove it then. Prove it's not a bug.
Illuminated, and it's just captured. It was captured on live TV. That's the best.
He's laughing.
Part where they're not hiding, and there it is. It comes in at a nice rate of speed too. It just flew over that marina within seconds. This thing is cooking. Yeah, I'd imagine this isn't any kind of.
That's a small bug. Anyway, moving on. Oh, so what are we looking at here? Door cam, is it? That stupid music added to it. Okay, we're looking at this here. Going upwards. What you get on security camera like that, on a fisheye, like raindrops or someone spraying water at the camera. And long exposure. And IR reflects off the, causes ghosting. So it could be someone spraying a hose from over this direction.
Okay, we're going to roll this once again. I'm going to put some heavy brightness contrast. I counted approximately 30 individual UFOs streaking across this night sky. It's like right out of the game Missile Command. it's just interesting if you remember that oldie of a game.
I think it's water droplets.
Okay, but it's one of the good ones. But this is real.
I probably can get my own footage up with that for comparison. Rain on IR camera. Well, it could even be mist, alright? Mist. It's a wee bit more stranger than water, it's not so dense. Images. Let's sort of focus. But yeah, you get water droplets running across the screen, right? And they're out of focus. Probably best to do it myself. Yeah. It's really hard to find other people's footage. Okay. Of course, I just have to slow it down right on the video. Makes a nice effect. You want to get it when it's streaking in front of the camera, not actually on the camera lens or the cover. I have got some images like that, but anyway, I believe it's this just a strange way it illuminates rain coming down.
At this, and these long right, again, adding some.
Okay, here's another one with what looks like a cloud, and then it just sped it up.
Heavy brightness and contrast. Look at this massive wing-shaped formation, just kind of
like a cloud. That's been sped up.
And glide.
Have we got a timestamp on here so we can see it sped up? No. So it's been mucked around with the images been cropped. Well, normally you'd have a timestamp on there, wouldn't you?
Over this neighborhood, captured just right there on the corner edge of the ceiling out there on the patio.
And that's just garbage. Security Team one put that one up as well. UFO man. Or is it? Got a plane, I got a UFO.
And enhance some of the imagery here. And look at this. If we're looking and guessing that this plane is maybe, I don't know, 200 feet in length, something like this, maybe 150, this crap.
Isn't that the Calvine photograph again? It is, isn't it?
Is definitely at least that size as well. And look at the symmetry on this thing. The design. It's not.
Or is someone taking the Calvine thing and made an emanation of it?
It has purpose and houses.
That's what it looks like, doesn't it? It looks like they've got the Calvine UFO and made up their own version of it.
Or even notice this thing. And Yeah, there it is. It's pretty. Is the plane further away from this object, Brett? Yeah, I'm looking at the plane on that still there too. I'm not sure if it's a commercial airliner. Maybe it's more of like a private jet or a smaller version. Maybe even a Cessna. I'm not.
Mira. Let's move on.
No te acerques más.
Se pone. Ve.
Sure, we're seeing this one's recycled from a month ago. Someone filming through trees of the moon coming up. Oh, but they're laughing.
Esa mierda.
¿Qué es eso?
Oh, they're just acting. Look, you can tell they're acting.
Puta. ¿Qué es esa mierda?
Cállate.
That's moving through trees. Come on, you can see the branches. Ridiculous, isn't it? That's just so ridiculous. You can see it's got a round shape happening to it too. Yeah, let's just move on. It looks more like a moon there now. And the branches are going through it that way. And there's some branches down here that pass through. Moon, easy. Okay. We've got a roof line added to it now. Has it changed position to where it was near the trees here? I don't know.
A total eclipse of the moon, and we saw.
Oh, right, there you go.
And it became the blood moon afterwards too. It was an epic event. We saw it all, the ring of fire around the moon, and it created the diamond ring effect.
That looks like in the clouds now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was quite spectacular. The halo, it almost looked like some.
I thought it was the same one as before, though.
A total eclipse of the moon, and we saw it, and it. I thought these were maybe flares dropping too, but they're not. They're just stationary, and if they're not even dropping. They seem to be rising. So we're ruling out flares, and it seems to just get.
And the rising moon. Anyway, damn moon, a stupid one. Alright, so do we worry about any more there? How's the time going? I think we're going to have to wrap up. Coming up to 4 hours, so it's another long one, isn't it? So maybe you can just skim over the other ones next time. How many people are still with us? And more people show up after I'm about to finish. Oh yeah, 24 now. Thanks for hitting likes there, guys. That really helps. See, some of you like me out there. They're not all haters. Okay, so this one here on UFOman, let's have a look at it. Oh no. Sounds like a Marvel movie.
Guys, here's a video clip.
Oh, why is it so loud? Something's happened to the audio. Or has he just got it really, really loud?
Of an object departing at a high rate of...
I'm gonna have to figure that out, I think. Yeah, it's not too big of a deal.
Speed over Mexico City.
Another Mexico City one. We got lots of wires here where you can hang things. Can we see anything there at the moment? No.
I have enlarged it so you can see it better.
Okay, there it is. Okay, so we should be able to see it before then. Should be down here. Okay, there it is. And where is it there though? We should be able to see it still.
City.
And then it suddenly comes up. So there could easily be something hanging on one of these wires here with fishing line, and they've pulled it upwards. Again, normally have 3 wires or 2 wires on it. One to lift it upwards on another horizontal cable, which in this case could be a power line, phone line. Could be this one here. And you have another cable on the ends or end that you pull it along with. And release the other one. So you can up and down and move left, or if you've got another cable you can move right as well.
I have enlarged it.
So is it simply a shoe on a power line? Because often people throw their shoes across, because they think it's really cool having a shoe hanging on a power line on fishing cable.
You can see it better. It appears to be disc shaped.
Or shoe shaped. Does it look like a disc shape? No. It kind of does look more like a shoe though.
Now whether it actually is a disc or not, I cannot really say.
It's more like a jandal, you know.
Because when you zoom into it later, when I...
And you can see how out of focus it all is. And it looks like someone's looking through the curtain here. Watching these guys film.
I show you some stills. It doesn't really show a disc shape. It's more of just a black object. So take a look at it. Let me know what you think. And please leave your comments down below.
We think it's garbage.
Thank you.
Looks like something small, out of focus.
In these 2 still frames, it...
Okay, it looks like a shoe still, doesn't it? It looks like a jandal. A bit goes up there, that goes over your foot. There's the toes. And that's a bit where your heel would be. You know, jandal. Like a frog. Sandals, jandals. What do you call them in America? I don't know. Sandals, like frogs, or what's the other name for it? Crocs, is it? Frogs, or frogs is these ones here, the clones of the Crocs. Looks a bit like one of these ones, right? Perfect for throwing out. They're very light, and you can throw it quite easily over a power line. And they come in all sorts of things. And then you got Crocs, which is what they copied. Crocs, which are more expensive and probably better. Better made. Where's the images? Yeah, they're exactly the same anyway. One's made from recycled rubber and the other ones are made from high quality rubber. There you go. Crocs, but there are ones like the frogs out there. There we go. Those ones there. There you go. Exactly the same, right? But they call it frogs. But anyway, that's what it looks like to me. It looks like one of those black crocs or frogs.
It appears to have windows along the left edge.
Could it be the holes in the shoe? Windows. Do you see windows? No, I just see a blurry, pixelated mess and compression artifacts
Of the object.
He's got a good imagination, this guy, that's for sure.
Enlarged by 0.05x.
And you can see it suddenly blinks out. Like it's been edited, you know. But anyway, it's a bunch of bullshit. A shoe on a line. And what was the other one we got here? TR3B. And we'll finish up on that one for today. I know he's put some more garbage up this week, hasn't he? Let's have a look. Mind blowing. We can look at it next time. Crazy sky object. Again, that looks like a balloon. Mexican shaped one. And then he's got these compilations that he's doing. Okay. So yeah. A few extra bits there. Oh. Something about again. The Windows, you messed up my audio settings somehow. It's really annoying. Isn't this the one that the Rojas was putting up? That was a lead kite. Phasing in and out, yeah, of a triangle object. Well, kites are generally triangular. Salt Lake City. Looks very similar. It looks like it's got a tail on it. Could it be a bunch of Nyla blues? Yeah, could be. Rotating around and reflecting. I don't think it's the same one as Rojas. Looks like something similar, but filmed in the daytime, not nighttime. Okay, so far it's looking like a bunch of Myla balloons tied together, rotating around. Can't keep it nice and steady. And it's got the sunlight reflecting off it. So that one kind of looks like a heart balloon, doesn't it? You go right down to there, it looks like a heart-shaped balloon. And that means it's out of focus there. And then it's flipped upwards. So the heart shape's flipped up that direction. And you're seeing the top end of the balloon now. That's why it looks so strange. There's a Myla heart-shaped balloon. And you can see it's rotating around. So yeah, that's what it looks like to me. It looks like a Myla silver heart. And because it's three-dimensional, it's reflecting the light differently as it's spinning around. And very poor camera work as well. So we're looking at something like this here. They come in all sorts of different Myla designs. Some are really, really smooth. Some of them have these little panels on it. And of course, the panels reflect the light differently. I don't think it's this one though, because we would have seen the panels, I think. I think it's more likely one of these smooth ones, like here, which are three-dimensional this way, reflects the lights in two places like boobs. Like, that's not it's the same one. This one, you can see the reflection points are different. Let's see, it might be something better. See, that one's smooth but crinkly different. So yeah, I think that's what we're looking at. Again, they release it from Whitleys. So I can hear some music in the background and birds. So is there a wedding party close by? Who knows? And it looks like it's just recycling around and around. Anyway, I don't think anyone would have said anything different. Would have said anything. Make West would say it's a broken domino. I don't understand that one. Another strange one. Not strange at all. It's just a minor balloon. And he gets what? 4 comments, 5 comments. Looks like it's deleted one, is he? I know, reply might be 6 comments out of 237 views. He's not really getting that much more than I do, but he gets it all in one go more quickly. Mine just builds up. 37 likes, 1 dislike pen, me. And he's got something like 40,000 subscribers. So I reckon Google, if the people are not active following that channel, should be automatically purged after maybe not a month, but maybe 3 months would be okay. That way you have the true numbers of people watching. But that's just ridiculous. Secure Team would lose 2 million for sure. And Third Phase of the Moon would lose a good 700,000 of them. But anyway, I'm just going to leave it there. Wrap up now. My eyes are a wee bit blurry now. And 4 hours is long enough, I think. There's always going to be more stuff to talk about, though. So I'll say good night here. I hopefully you enjoyed what we did. And I'll see you again next weekend. I got maybe a few more TV shows with Bigfoot stuff on Expedition X. Did a Bigfoot one recently, which was quite interesting. So I might review that one. I've also yet to go over that Ben Hansen stuff that I said I was going to go back to. There was a couple of interesting episodes where they tried to do a live investigation where they got some weird stuff happening. So I'd have to re-look at it again, take some snapshots of it and review it for you. Good night all, take care on the roads. I'll see you again soon. There we go. I'll just disappear up there. I need to get some time to look into that audio stuff though. Just wonder if I can do it without doing a live show. It's a lot easier if you don't do a live show. Anyway. How do we go here? A few people dropping off now, I guess. 9 likes. Oh, thanks a lot, guys. We have to get Rumble to hit more likes. I think we got more haters at Rumble. 7 on YouTube. It's a wee bit low than last time we got 11, so I'll just do a forced update there just to check, and hit the end credits. Here we go. Ooh, that was a long one. It must be like 29 degrees Celsius here now. Yeah, I better start dropping off.